Yo, 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 yo. What's going on, everybody? Yo, I'm back here for week 10. Sorry I couldn't get it out to you any sooner. It's been grinding, y'all. Feel free to like the video. Please subscribe. Go ahead, share it. Do what you got to do, y'all. Let's jump into this NFL Week 10. Shout out to everybody on the chat. Let me know who's on right now. Like I said before, always do live streams, but I wanted to get your feedback on Twitter because I know some people have a certain time frame to where they like to watch, keep it moving. But the reason why I do these live streams is because I don't have much time in the day to do these videos. So I'd like to take this one time to put these video out, even though it might be a 2 hour, 3 hour long stream. You get all the information on what I'm looking at, and then you can make some great lines. Let me know what's your favorite play for week 9. You did pretty good at week 9, but let's get into week 10, y'all. So let's jump right into it. In my description, you will see draft dashboard tools. In the link in my description, it's only $1 up to 30 days to use these tools, and you'll get my player pool as well when you click the link. So definitely check that out. Let's go into it. Let's get into these plays, y'all. We're gonna go with the quarterbacks and what I like as GPP, and then what I like as cash. So you know how we roll, man. So let's get into it. Who's in the chat right now? Let me know. Say what's up. Let me know what's up. Let me know what's up. We're gonna jump into this. We're gonna do the main slate. So let's get right into it, y'all. Also, I fixed my keyboard, y'all. So from last week, I had issues with my keyboard. So I have finally fixed my keyboard. I got a new laptop, so that works out. All right, that works out perfectly. I know I had issues last go around, man. It was tough. Okay, going NFL. Let me get everything set up. All right, let's get to the first play. Now we're gonna look at let's go ahead and look at Jared Goff. Jared Goff, 6,500. Now we all know Seattle, man. Basically the worst team against the pass attack. As you can see, they're 31st, they're last place against passing yards, 31st against pass attempts, 32nd against pass completions a game. They're also 25th against red zone touchdowns. I mean, this is an obvious play for golf here, and he's not cheap. He's not expensive. 6,500 for a guy that should go off here. Jared Goff is an amazing spot. Knowing that, let's see. Just knowing what, Seattle, they allow 372.5 passing yards a game. They allow 2 touchdowns a game. They allow 45 pass attempts a game. 69.4 average and completion percentage. This is obviously a great game for Jared Goff here, as they also allowed 33.6 fantasy points win away. So for the season, easy good spot for Jared Goff, man. Let's see the prior quarterbacks. You had Kyler Murray went off on him with that week 7. And then you had Josh Allen go off last week. Like, this is an obvious great play for Jared Goff. He has the weapons, so why not look at this play? It's a cash spot, but 6,500, you see the upside here. The last time he had 31 or 30 plus fantasy points was against Buffalo. So the fact that he was able to get 31 fantasy points against Buffalo, I mean, he could do this against the Seattle Seahawks. He had 28 against Washington, 24 against Philly. So this is a play to where he should go off at. He's averaging 25.2 fantasy points in 5 high-scoring games. He's looking at a 54.5 total in this play, a 28.3 implied total in this match. So gotta look at Jared Goff. Great spot in my opinion. So let's go ahead and put him as. I mean, he's a cash play, but 6,500 for a guy that should go off. Jared Goff is a great spot. He will be highly owned, obviously, but good spot for Jared Goff here. Get some good run with Jared Goff. Whoever's new to the stream, you'll see my plays. So as I go along, you will see the plays change. You'll see my GPP cash spot, so you'll see it below. So yeah. Filters. Change my camera real quick. Oh. Kind of dark on my camera. All right, let's get into next plays real quick. Let's make sure. All right, getting to the next spot here, y'all. Looking into Aaron Rodgers. Now, we got to keep in mind with this game, they're looking at 28 miles per hour winds in this game here. Now, it's 7,900. Going against Jacksonville, where it should be a great game to target with Aaron Rodgers, but letting you know, it is a win advisory in this match. 7,900 for that, but I think it was like maybe 2 weeks ago when he had a win advisory and he still balled out. So it's Aaron Rodgers. So I wouldn't go too far out with the win situation. They're looking at 28 miles per hour winds, which is crazy, but he's in a smashing spot against Jacksonville. We're looking at Jacksonville as they allow 26 against passing yards, 27 against yards a game. They only they're fifth allowed with pass attempts, but we know this is a great game script for like Aaron Jones. We already know about Devontae Adams, but love Aaron Jones here. If they're going to stick to the running game or whatnot, still obvious great spot for him. Aaron Rodgers, 7,900 for this type of guy. Obviously, it's a great spot. Now, Jacksonville allowed 284.5 passing yard average a game, 2.1 passing yards a game, 70.1 completion percentage. That's insane. 29.3 fantasy points went away. So this is a smashing spot for Aaron Rodgers. I mean, a lot of people might pivot from this because of the win advisory, but I still think it's a great spot for Aaron Rodgers here to do work. All right, so let's go ahead and put that as a cash play. But I will make sure I put down here. I'll put Rodgers, and I'll put 28 miles per hour wins, just to keep y'all hip to that. So you know what I mean. So letting you know it's be 28 miles per hour wins in that match. But it's a great spot against Jacksonville. Ooh, triangle. Wow. 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 Oh no. Oh man. You wanna say hi to everybody? I don't think he's seen everybody in a while. Look. Say hi to everybody. You say hi. Look. You say hi. Make sure you say hi. All right, let's get to the next play. All right. Next spot, Drew Lock. This is a great spot once again for Drew Lock here. Drew Lock, 5,500 going against the Raiders. This is a great spot for Drew Lock here. He had 33 fantasy points last game against ATL. We knew he was going to do work. We had talked about Jerry Jeudy. He went off. So those who played that Denver stack is a good stack. So going back here against another good spot for Drew Lock here. 5,500. He had 20 against the Chargers the week before that. So should be a good play for him. Let's see, going against the Raiders, as the Raiders, they're pretty good at 18th against the passing yards. They're 23rd against passing yards, 18 against yards a game, 13th against pass attempts. Still a good spot for him, man. So I'm not overlooking this. Drew Lock is a great GPP play once again. I mean, he's cheap, and he can give you 30 plus fantasy points as he's done against the against Falcons. He had 313 yards, 48 pass attempts, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. But this is a good spot. He also had a rushing touchdown, so he also used those legs last game. And looking at the Raiders, they had 273.6 yards a game, 1.6 passing touchdowns, 28.2 fantasy points at home this season. So this is a play where they actually allow more fantasy points at home. We had Herbert. Herbert went off against them. He had 26 against them. Of course, we had Tom Brady, 39 against them. We had Patrick Mahomes had 33. Josh Allen had 25, almost 26 fantasy points. Drew Lock's in a great play once again here. Not going to overlook it. Good spot to look at for him. Appreciate everybody liking the video. Please like and share it on Twitter or what other platform you use. So definitely check that out. Appreciate the love, y'all, that y'all have been giving me with these videos. But let's go ahead and put Lock at GPP. Good spot for him here. All right, going to the next play. We do have our guy Tua. He need a nickname, man. TT. Let's give him TT. Let's call him TT, yo. All right, we got Tua Tagovailoa. My man TT. He had 21 fantasy points last game. Good spot once again. Going against the Chargers. Chargers is not as. Chargers is still a good defense, but they actually allow more fantasy points at win away this season. They allowed 26.8 fantasy points win away, so that's also in his favor. He had 21 last game against Arizona at all teams. Like, to go against Arizona and put 2 touchdowns, 248 yards. This is a great play. Like, Tua is a great stack to look at for Miami here. $5,600. You got some good GPP lines we could look at. So Tua is my guy here. 26.8 fantasy points allowed to win away. They also give up 2 touchdowns a game. And Chargers is not a better defense than Arizona. So the fact that he did that with Arizona, he's only $100 more on DraftKings. Sign me up here. So I'm gonna go to this play, y'all. I think this is a good spot here for Tua. Tua, aka TT. Yep. Tua, aka TT, man. Shout out, man. Hashtag. Put that in the chat room. Hashtag TT. You know what I'm saying? He's in a good spot here, y'all. Once again, good spot for him. Calm down, baby girl. So we'll get TT in there. Let's see who else. We got Baker Mayfield at 6K. 6K for him against Houston. I mean, Houston is still a horrible defense. They're 28th against the pass, against opposing quarterbacks. So, I mean, if you want to go with the narrative, just change it up. I mean, he's still a good spot, but he did horrible last game. He had 8 fantasy points against the Raiders, and we were just talking about the Raiders. So the fact that we got Drew Lock going against the Raiders, and the Raiders, he got 8 fantasy points against the Raiders, is not promising. But that was week 8. They had a bye week last week. So I mean, he had 30. The highest game he played was Cincinnati, and he had 31 fantasy points against Cincinnati. But we all kind of knew those two teams like to go at each other. But he only been averaging around 15 to 18 fantasy points a game. He's only averaging he's averaging 15 fantasy points a game. This is gonna be a tough one to choose. I mean, he could be low owned because of that. Houston, they allowed 270 yards a game, 2.3 passing touchdowns a game, 69.2 completion percentage. And Baker, he's averaging 61 completion percentage. I don't really know. I mean, he's averaging 1.9 touchdowns a game. Baker Mayfield against Houston. He's in a good spot. But man, I feel like it's one of those games where it's like without what's his name? Without OBJ in the mix, it's kind of hard to go with this play here. But Houston, they allowed 313 yards in the past 4 games. Ugh. And then this game is also wind advisory. They're looking at a 28 miles per hour winds in this game for Baker Mayfield. So this could be an issue. I think last go around when it was a wind issue, he didn't do well. And I don't think he did well that game. It's kind of iffy. I don't know if I want to go this route. I mean, if this is going to be a wind issue on top of the fact that he can't, he hasn't been producing well, I might have to fade Baker Mayfield. I'm not really sold on the price. As we was talking about 2 other guys, Tua and Locke, that are less than him, that could actually give you more upside. So at 6K, I might fade this play. I'm not really sold on this play for him. Let's see who else we're gonna go into consideration. Let's see. See, they got Carson Wentz there. All right. Let's see, Josh Allen at 7,500. Don't really feel like you have to go up that. I mean, that's a high price tag. I don't really know if you have to go up there. 7,500. He did have 39 fantasy points last go around. He played Seattle, of course, so 39 fantasy points against Seattle is obvious, but going against the Cardinals could be a challenge here. But as we saw with Tua? Tua had 2 touchdowns against them. This could be another play for Josh Allen. So I think it's a cash spot for Josh Allen. He's averaging 31.3 fantasy points in 5 high scoring games, almost 29 fantasy points in 4 close games. They're looking at a 26.8 implied total. They are an underdog here, so they got Buffalo as a 3-point underdog. with a 56.5 implied total in this game. So it's one of the high totals in this slate. So Josh Allen is a great spot here. I'm more likely going to have to say he's cash play. Arizona is allowing 22 fantasy points at home for the season. 37.4 pass attempts a game, 1.8 passing touchdowns a game, 265 passing yards allowed a game, and Josh Allen's averaging around 287 passing yards a game. So this is an ideal spot for Josh Allen. But I will say he is a cash play. So I'll go ahead and put him there as cash. Allen. I'll say he's a cash play. Not really sold on Alex Smith. If you want to go that route, he's $5,200. Going against what, Philly? He had 17 fantasy points last game. Yeah. They're going against Detroit. I'm sorry. Detroit allowed 2.1 passing touchdowns a game. He had 1 touchdown last game, but he had 3 interceptions against the Giants out of all teams, and he had 325 passing yards. If you want to go Alex Smith, 5,200. I guess you could stack him with like McKissick or McLaurin, but man, this is a tough spot to go for. A 3-point underdog for Washington. I really like Detroit in this play. Obviously, I'd rather go Detroit than to go Washington. But if they have to pass the ball to keep this game close, I guess you could go Alex Smith for a GPP play. He had 17 last game, but man, I think this is more of a GPP. So Smith, not really sold on it, but if you need some cheap guys, if you need somebody that's in this 5K range that can try to give you upside, I'll say Alex Smith here. Yeah, that's only 5K range. You got some good, we got some good guys in the 5K range that can give you upside. So that's a plus to get some if you need some expensive plays elsewhere. You don't have to go, 7 or 6K and on quarterback this week, which is good. Let's see, Kyler Murray against Buffalo. He had 42, 41 in the last 2 games. That's insane. So the fact that he was able to do all of that, but he played Miami and he played Seattle. So 8K for Kyler Murray is, to me, a setup against Buffalo. It's tough to say Buffalo's going to allow him to give that much, but man, he has 6 touchdowns in the past 2 games, 1 interception. He's been balling. Got 2 touchdowns back. 4 touchdowns in the past 4 games? That's crazy. He's averaging 35.9 fantasy points in 3 close games. This is a high total game they're looking at, so a 3-point favorite for the Cardinals. Man, we're going to pay 8K for Kyler Murray, man. I'll say he's cash, obviously. He's a cash play, obviously, but do you need him? I say no. But if they're going to look at a shootout, I guess Kyler Murray could hit you with different ways. You know what I'm saying? He's a player where he can hit you with the pass and give you touchdowns in the running game. So to give you 4 touchdowns in the last 4 games on ground, that's impressive. So going against Buffalo, one of the higher implied totals in this week is something to consider. Josh Allen versus Kyler Murray is definitely going to be a good game to look at. But these are the quarterbacks I'm looking at. I do like Deshaun Watson. At $6,900, he's still cheap. Let's look at the projection. Do you have to play Watson? Let's see if we have to play Watson. Let me double check. If you haven't already, please like the video. Please share the video, man. So looking at Cleveland. So Cleveland allows 321 passing yards a game in the last 4 games. That's crazy. So let me see who he played. They're looking at a win advisory in this game. That's just iffy for me. Let's see. You got Derek Carr. He had 12. You got Burrow. You got Burrow. They gave you 38 fantasy points. You got Dak Prescott got 42. But this is a play where Cleveland actually plays better at home. They only allow 15.5 fantasy points at home so far for the season. So that's something to consider here. And on top of that, they got that win advisory. That's going to be iffy. So I guess the win concern, you got the win issue concern, and then on top of that, you got Cleveland actually playing better at home. No, I'm not saying for like overall not play Houston, but as a quarterback wise, he might stick to the running game. Reason why I like Duke Johnson, I have Duke Johnson as my cover guy, but I like Duke Johnson to run. This game was going to be scripted with the running game, So I think with the running game script is something that I don't think you have to pay up for Deshaun Watson. Just to take in consideration on that end. Let's see what else we have. We have Daniel Jones going against Philly. Daniel Jones is still 52. He's in the low. He's actually done well in the last 2 games. He had 23 and 20 in the last 2 games against Philly. So you want to go with a narrative that he plays good against Philly. Daniel Jones is something to consider here at 5,200. So definitely going to be a GPP play for him if you want to go with that narrative. So Jones could be a great GPP play to consider. Yeah, that's all I could see in this play. So it seems as if last 2 games he played Philly. Week 7, and he had 2 touchdowns, 1 interception, but he had 23 fantasy points. And then he played them last year. He had 20. So he gives you. He gives you over 20 fantasy points in the last 2 games against Philly. But Philly actually has been playing better this year. When away, so they average only 16.2 fantasy points away. But it seems like he makes it happen against them. So if you want to go with this play with Daniel Jones, 5,200, I think it's a good GPP play. But we saw other plays where you don't have to go that route. You could go to, like we mentioned, you could go to Tua. You could go to Drew Lock at 55. I'd rather go Drew Lock at 5,500, only $300 more. I'd rather go to Drew Lock on that play. But something to consider here. All right, let's go into the running backs. Running back. Let's running back. Anybody got any questions on the quarterbacks? Let me know what you think about the quarterbacks. I think this is a solid GPP and cash plays for the quarterback spots. But yeah, let me know what you think below. Just a moment. See where my daughter at real quick. Just a moment, y'all. Hey, babe, she straight up there? Yeah. All right, let's get right back into it. Let's go to the running backs. We have Aaron Jones, y'all. Aaron Jones is the is the Dalvin Cook for this week. Like we talked about the win advisory for this game. This is a great game script for Aaron Jones. Even though he's expensive, I think he can still pay up for this price tag and still do well. Let's see. Let's look at the game script. So let me go down this list real quick. Yeah, I'm not going to see what I see on my end, just to let y'all know, but okay. All right, looking at Jones. All right, $7,100 is not bad. I mean, it's not a bad price tag. It's a great price tag knowing the game script, knowing the win advisory. You could go with Aaron Jones all day here. I like this play for him. I love this play for him. Jones. Looking at Jacksonville, they allow 98 rushing yards a game, 24 carries a game, 1 touchdown allowed a game to running backs, 23.4 fantasy points went away, but they allow 28.7 for the season. It's definitely going to be a good game for him. He's averaging 26.9 fantasy points in 4 home games. So looking into the home game narrative, he had 49 against Detroit. He had 22 against Atlanta. Those are only 2 games that he. And then they're looking at last year. You got Seattle. He had 20 against Seattle at home, and then he had 17 against Chicago, 34 against the Redskins. But that was last year. So this year alone, in the two home games, he had 49 against Detroit, 22 against Atlanta, and then he's going against an easier team with Jacksonville. Like Jacksonville, they allowed. Remember Joe Mixon? Joe Mixon had almost 45 fantasy points from Joe Mixon. So if Joe Mixon could do that, I mean Aaron Jones could do. I mean, and the fact that Green Bay is only really Aaron Jones and Devontae Adams. So Aaron Jones, this is scripted for Aaron Jones to play well. So like this play for Aaron Jones, 7,100. So let me go ahead and put him. Of course, it's going to be a cash play, but has great upside here for Jones. Next spot that we could consider. If you want to look at Redskins, we do have Antonio Gibson. Nice little play at $5,600 for going against Detroit. Let's see, Detroit. See what they allow. So Detroit is all red all across the board against the run attack. They allowed 29th in rushing yards, 26 against the rush attempts, 38 against rushing touchdowns, 31st against touchdowns a game, 30th against red zone touchdowns. Like if you're looking at red zone touchdowns, that's Gibson all day. So Gibson at $5,600 is a great price tag. Like this play for Antonio Gibson here. I mean, it's one of those plays is in his favor. He's averaging around 11 carries, but he got 5 touchdowns for the season. He had 2 touchdowns in the last 2 games. Touchdown against Dallas with 22 fantasy points. He had 14 against the Giants. He did have a good game against the Ravens out of all teams. So he had 23 fantasy points against the Ravens. That was week 4. So this is an ideal script for him. As Detroit, they allow 137 rushing yards a game. Also 1.3 rushing touchdowns a game, 36.6 fantasy points. What? So Antonio Gibson has the keys to do work here. So I like this play. Looking at his red zones, he had 2 red zone touchdowns in the last 4 games. That's something to look at. So if you want to look at a narrative of like other guys might take his shine in the red zone, he actually does pretty good in the red zone. The other guy that might do work is J.D. McKissick. Like I talked about last time, he's only 4,900. So 4,900 for a guy like McKissick that could still do work. He had 14 targets last week, so he's a guy that could attack with the passing game. That's the reason why I like the Redskins here. If you want to look at Alex Smith here, because they get J.D. McKissick is a great option. If you want to put Gibson and McKissick in the line, it's not bad because McKissick is a passing type of running back. He's only averaging around 4.4 carries a game, so it's not hurting Gibson at all on that end. He's more of a pass type of a running back. So if you want to put Antonio Gibson at 5,600, I mean he had 14, 22 in the last 2 games, averaging 13.8 fantasy points. He's in a great match against Detroit. That's allowing a lot with the against running backs overall. So it seems like Detroit, they allow 4.8 receptions a game, 53.1 receiving yards a game. So that helps J.D. McKissick, knowing that they give up a lot on pass catching running backs. So 4,900 for McKissick is real cheap, but he could do well here. So I like this play for McKissick at 4,900. It's a great upside price tag. So if you want some value, McKissick is a great play. All right, so I like McKissick, and I mean you could put McKissick and Gibson, man. Both good GPP plays. Like they might just utilize both of those guys, McLaurin, and call it a day. So McKissick and Gibson is a great GPP play at running back. Let's see what else. You want to look at, you got James Robinson once again. Last time James Robinson did well was against the Chargers. He had 35 base points against the Chargers. He had 31 against Miami in week 3. He had 24 against the Titans in week 2. And Jacksonville, they're on a losing streak. They on a what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, a 7-game losing streak. Like, I feel bad for Jacksonville, man. But with a rookie quarterback, James Robinson is a great play to consider here at 6,600. Like, so technically you don't have to go Aaron Jones, but maybe put Aaron Jones as a flex. Give you like, well, shit, you might not have to play Aaron Jones. You got James Robinson that could give you Aaron Jones numbers. You know what I'm saying? But one thing I like about this script is that this game is a wind advisory game. So if you want to put like James Robinson and Aaron Jones, knowing that the wind might be a big issue in this game, 28 miles per hour is no joke. So if you want to look at that narrative, James Robinson, So looking at Green Bay, they allow 36.3 fantasy points. So they allowed 15 to McKinnon with the 49ers, 51.6 to Dalvin Cook, 17 against Duke Johnson, 29 against Ronald Jones, 19 against Todd Gurley. Like, they give up a lot, man. So this is a 14-point underdog for Jacksonville. Why not just utilize this guy, man? Utilize this guy. I mean, he had 7 touchdowns for the season. He had 4 touchdowns in the last 3 games. James Robinson's a great play at 5,600? 6,600. Still a good spot here if you want to look at Robinson. Just in the sense of the wind advisory. So I'll go ahead and put that in there. 28 miles per hour winds in play. Reason why I like this game for him. So Jones, both guys. So I'll go ahead and put Jones and Robinson in the same game. So Jones and Robinson, I'll say that because the miles per hour wins in this game. All right, so something to consider here. If you haven't done so already, go ahead and like the video, man. Please share the video. Appreciate the love. Hi, my man, Infamous, doing work. Um, my man, Infamous. Shout out to Infamous, yo. I just looked at my Twitter and he crushed it in golf. Someone said I didn't know how to play golf. I'm like, dude, I don't have to play golf to make money. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have to know golf. Like, I did a golf video. Look, man, I don't watch golf, but I see stats and I go by the stats and make my plays, y'all, and it works. You know, I just see my Twitter. I cash big. I cash like I only used a $3 entry and won $500 on a $3 entry. So come on, y'all. You don't have to watch or know golf. To any sport, man. You got the stats and you do your research. You make money, man. That's at the end of the day, y'all. All right, so let's get into it, man. Next play. I like Duke Johnson a lot here. 5K for Duke Johnson is a steal. Knowing there's no David Johnson in the mix. It's a good play for him. Let's see. Let's go Duke. So looking at Duke, you know he had 16 fantasy points last go around against Jacksonville. He only had 16 carries, but he was 4 for 4 in the receiving game. So knowing that he's just gonna get more usage without Johnson in the game, and on top of that, we got the wind issue in this game. Duke Johnson is due. Now Cleveland, they only allow 22 fantasy points at home to the running game, 0.9 touchdowns a game. So in that sense, Cleveland does seem like they play better at home this season. So that's the reason why it could be iffy here. But man, 5K for a guy that's going to be, you know, he played. It's a good narrative. You know, he played with the Browns, so it's going to be a nice little revenge narrative. If y'all like revenge narratives, it's a good game for Duke Johnson. You know what I'm saying? So good play for him. I just feel like he should do work. You know, he should do work here. 5K, good spot for Duke Johnson. Yeah, it is a good revenge narrative, but knowing the fact of it's going to be a chalky game. I mean, everyone's going to be on him, but you can't. I'll just say sprinkles of Duke Johnson because I really feel like you could target the Redskins game and pivot from the chalk with Duke Johnson. So I say even though he's 5K in a good spot, he's still gonna be a chalky play. Don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna act like he's not gonna be a chalky play, but 5K, with the win advisory issue here as well, he's in play. So I'll go ahead and say he's more of a cash play in my opinion. I mean, 5K is not bad, man. 5K is still a good price tag. So let me go ahead and see. Put Duke. Duke Johnson with the win advisory. So they looking at 28 miles per hour winds. Right. Now going to the opposite side of the game where we got Nick Chubb. Is Nick Chubb playing? Because if Nick Chubb playing, he might just say, No, I'm the reason why you got cut. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause everyone's looking at you got Kareem Hunt 6,700, but is Nick Chubb playing? Let me double check, y'all. I could have sworn Nick Chubb was back in. What y'all feel about Nick Chubb? I mean, he's activated. He's off the injury reserve. So they said Nick Chubb will be activated off injury reserve. Will play Sunday's game against the Texans. Chubb, let's see. Chubb would need to receive approval from the medical staff to play, so Saturday's designation should give fantasy managers plenty of confidence to insert the star running back to their lineups. But it says it's possible the Browns could be cautious with Chubb's workload, particularly with Kareem Hunt's more than adequate for as a starter. But it's hard to believe the team would activate Chubb if it didn't plan to play some capacity. The matchup certainly wouldn't be much better to get some Chubb some confidence, as the Texans allow the most rushing yards per game in the NFL. So in that case, looking at Houston, they allowed 31. They're 31st in rushing yards a game, 27th against pass touchdowns, 28th against rush attempts, 27th against touchdowns. Yeah, they're garbage against the run attack. So if you want to go with that narrative, Nick Chubb, how much is Nick Chubb? $6,800 for Nick Chubb. But looking at Houston, they give up 144 rushing yards a game. They gave up, well, I think that's because of Derrick Henry. So Derrick Henry had 43? Dalvin Cook had 31. So I guess that's the reason why they're so high up. But man, I mean, it's not. Yeah. Oh, Jamal Williams. Then we had Jamal Williams had 21 fantasy points. So Nick Chubb is in play, y'all. But he's cash, y'all. Like $6,800 with a guy that hasn't played in the last 5 games. Yeah, I think did he get injured with the Cowboys? He got injured, so he ain't playing 4 games. But he had 29 against Cincinnati, 27th against the Redskins. This is an ideal spot for Nick Chubb, but of course got Kareem. But he had 24 fantasy points against Cincinnati. The same game. They both went off that game. He had 24. Kareem Hunt had 20. Kareem Hunt had 24. Nick Chubb had 29. And then Kareem Hunt had 14. Nick Chubb had 27 against the Washington football team. But looking at Houston, they give up 1.3 rushing touchdowns a game, 34.6 fantasy points allowed to win away, and also the win advisory game. This is a win issue game. Like, do you have to play it? Is the question. The question is, do you have to play this? I mean, there's other options that we talked about. You don't have to. You can go to Antonio Gibson. You don't have to pay up to Melvin Gordon. I'm sorry, Melvin Gordon. Kareem Hunt. I think you'll have to play him. I mean, $6,700. But if it's a win advisory game, $6,700 for a guy that he could give you 20 plus fantasy points. Now Nick Chubb, he's questionable, but it looks like he will be activated here. $6,800, y'all, for a guy that hasn't played in 4 games. What was it? Ankle injury? What injury he had? Ankle injury? No, he had a knee injury. So knee injury. So I would say this is a cash play, y'all. But Nick Chubb, more likely going to be trying to get his swag back here. I'll say cash. Chubb Hunt with the wins. 28. They both cash plays, man. I'm not going to go further into that. They're both cash. Oh. What else we looking at now? Let's see who else we're gonna go and look at. Because I mean, I think a lot of people gonna chase this game. Like I said, I like Robinson. I like Jones. And then we got McKissick and Gibson as a great GPP play. Like, I don't think you have to play Chubb and Hunt. But, man, Houston has been allowing so many fantasy points to where it's ideal to play those guys. But I'll say those cash. You don't have to play those guys. But put him on the injury list. We're going to say Cleveland. Chubb is questionable. So if you see a Q, that means questionable, y'all. So Chubb is questionable here. Going to the next game. So we have Melvin Gordon could be in play. Now Melvin Gordon, let's see, he had 6 carries against the Falcons. Melvin Gordon could definitely be slept on this week. $5,200 for a guy that actually does well against the Raiders. He actually played well against the Raiders. But that was when he always played well against the Raiders. But Melvin Gordon had 23 fantasy points in the last 2 games against the Raiders last year. But he had carries, but he had 2 touchdowns. 2 touchdowns against the Raiders last year. 3 touchdowns in the last 2 games last year. He always had over 20 plus fantasy points against the Raiders. Now, does that mean he'll do well against, with Lindsey? And I don't know. I think Lindsey is not really a big factor here. He's really not a big factor, but Melvin Gordon has always done damage to the Raiders. He had 23 in the last two games last year. 2018, he had 22, 28. Then 2017, 36, 18. Like, he always balled out against the Raiders. This is definitely a game where you could bounce back with Melvin Gordon here. I think Melvin Gordon is definitely in play. He could bounce back. He had 23 fantasy points in the last 2 years, but he always balled out against the Raiders. This is definitely a game script where he could ball out. He had the last game he balled out was against the Jets in Week 4. But he had 29 fantasy points, and he had 2 touchdowns that game. So I could see him get 2 touchdowns this game against the Raiders. The Raiders allowed 31 fantasy points at home for the season. 1.1 touchdowns a game. Melvin Gordon is due. I definitely think Melvin Gordon is due here. I really feel like you don't have to pay up at running back. You really don't have to pay up at running back, especially if you're looking at GPPs. If you want to look at the milli makers and stuff like that, you can try to pivot from like the Aaron Jones. Like you probably don't have to play Aaron Jones. But if you need savings elsewhere, like you could go to Antonio Gibson, you could go down to a Duke Johnson, and then we have McKissick. You have Melvin Gordon at $5,200, too cheap, giving you 20 plus upside here. So definitely a good play to look at for GPP. For MG3, definitely a great play to consider for GPP. Let's keep it going. I don't care about Rex Freeman. Nah. James Conner against the Bengals. He played well against the Bengals last year. James Conner had 27 fantasy points last year. He had 8 targets, but that was last year. The reason why he had so many famous points last year is because he had 8 for 8 in targets. That was crazy. Only 10 carries that game, but they have so many weapons in the passing game that to where James Conner, he shouldn't be receiving no eight. You know what I mean? He shouldn't be receiving 8. What you gonna call it? 8 targets. You know, this year. You know what I'm saying? He got so many weapons this year to where if you want to pay up to James Conner, good luck. But you don't have to pay up to James Conner. He's probably gonna be low owned, but doesn't mean he'll have a lot of upside. But he did play well against the Bengals. At home against the Bengals last year. Bengals allowed 28 fantasy points as well at home. Went away. Sorry about that. Went away. They allowed 124 rushing yards a game. But I'm not really sold on James Conner this year. Well, I am not saying I'm not sold on him this year. He had good games this year. He had 23 against Denver. He had 28 against Houston, 20 against Cleveland. This could be a game where he could be overlooked and he could still bounce back here. So, what y'all think about this? Let me know in the if y'all want to chat. Let me know what y'all think about Conner. Because, he's in a good spot, you know? But for $6,900, it's definitely, you don't have to pay it. But he did well against them. I do like James Conner. But do you have to play him? Let's see the Bengals. The Bengals are 28th against rushing yards. So they're one of the worst teams against passing yards a game. Rushing yards a game. They're 28th against rushing yards a game. They're 28th against red zone touchdowns a game. So if I'm gonna look at the red zones, Infamous, what's up, G? There he is. What's up, man? I think it would actually help if I would just share this. I forgot to even share this, y'all. I should have shared my stream. I didn't even share the stream. I was like, why did the people I usually talk to, man, they're not even on here. But I was like, I didn't even share the stream. Let me go ahead and tweet it. My bad, y'all. I'm all low key and shit. Hey, Infamous, man, shout out to your wins this week, man. I see you, bro. But yeah, James Conner will definitely be overlooked, man. Like 16, he's getting 16 carries in the last 2 weeks. He's still getting his carries. He didn't play well against Dallas, which was weird. But Dallas always played better at home against the run attack. So I didn't care about James Conner anyway in that game. But he had games where he exploded with 28 against Houston. But Cincinnati, he's a cash play, y'all. I'm not going to keep talking about him. He's definitely a cash play. Definitely a cash play, y'all. So I do like him though, but it's still a cash play. I don't think you have to play James Conner. Like I honestly would rather play James Robinson over Conner. James Robinson for $300 cheaper, and I feel like he'll definitely ball out against Green Bay. I'm trying to keep this game close. They lost 7 games straight. This guy, he's just trying to keep his stock. I think James Robinson is just trying to keep his stock right. He's trying to keep his stock right, so he probably get good trades after the season. But James Robinson, I think he's just playing to keep his stock right, keep his reputation good to where he can get some good looks. Yeah, it was, man. Still, I really feel like, you remember that Buffalo Wild Wings commercial when they call and they make things happen? Like, I really feel like that was a Buffalo Wild Wings moment when they allowed Dallas to have a good game. Like, there was no reason why Dallas should have bought out. Like, that was definitely a B-Dubs moment, y'all. So, not really sold on it. But hey, thanks, bro. I appreciate it. I swear, everybody be like, why are you always looking at other other sports. Like, why are you playing golf, NASCAR? I'm like, dude, as a DFS provider, man, I have to branch out to other avenues. But just because I don't know it as much as some other people like other people play it, like I make money, man. Like I don't have to play $100 to make money, and I show that on my stuff. Like I don't have to pay that much money. You know what I'm saying? Like as a DFS provider, man, there's so many ways to make money, but I do, you know, and everyone knows I do my research, man. I always do my research also. But yeah. Now looking at, I'm trying to look at James Conner in the red zones. Like that's the thing about like looking at the Bengals. The Bengals actually allow they're 28th against red zone touchdowns percentage. Like, and he had 2 touchdowns in the last 4 games in the red zone, to where this could be a good play for James Conner. Like, as much as I want to pass away from James Conner, he's definitely going to be overlooked here, to where he could ball out. He could bounce back here. But I really feel James Robinson will be overlooked. I'd rather pay down to James Robinson. And you got Melvin Gordon is also a good play. So I'll leave him alone. Only because we talked about other guys that are cheaper and they got better upside. So I don't really feel like you have to pay up to that. You know what I'm saying? Alrighty. Okay, let's go. Juicy. Money's money. What's up, Julian? Yeah, I don't play NASCAR, baseball, MMA for DFS. Juicy dude to the bank with the NASCAR cash. What's up, Julian? I appreciate you, man. Money is money, y'all. That's how I see it. Money is money, y'all. You know, every day. I tell people that's my motto, man. Every day is a payday, y'all. Every day is a payday. So why would I cut myself short? You know what I'm saying? You gotta get hip to it. Get hip to that stuff. You know what I mean? But let's keep it going. I don't want to keep. Now, I'm not saying I'm bragging, but I just don't like when people like say shit like that. Like, I have to branch out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna get stuck to this shit. Like, football, basketball is my forte, but I have to learn more. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's money everywhere, y'all. Like, I shouldn't get stuck to that shit. You know what I mean? But I'm trying to find some more upside real quick. Fewer people play NASCAR, exactly. They do. It helps guys like me, you know, to make money when people keep fading NASCAR. I'm okay with that. I'm trying to find some more. Hey, baby. Why are you saying meow? You're over here meowing. What's that? What's that? Triangle? What's that? Sorry, y'all. I'm just trying to find some more value here. I should just tell you what I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at Miami real quick. I'm trying to figure out who's a good value play in Miami. Who's now starting for Miami? Is it still Jordan Howard? Is Jordan Howard now activated? Jordan Howard against the Chargers. The Chargers allow 25 fantasy points win away this year. 6.6 receptions allowed, 95 rushing yards a game allowed. But Jordan Howard, he had 10 receptions last week with a touchdown against Arizona. He had a red zone touchdown. Jordan Howard for 4,200. Do I want to go? Let's see. Ain't no 500,000 entry content. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, y'all all right about that though. Jordan Howard. I'm looking at Jordan Howard. Like I'm trying to figure out $4,200. I mean, do you want to play Jordan Howard? Cause Balaj is out, right? Is Balaj? Balaj, that's how you pronounce his name, Balaj. So are they using Jordan Howard? Is my question. He's expected starter, but he just came back out of injury in the last 3 games or 4 games. Jordan Howard could be overlooked as well. You know, if you want to pair, like I'm looking at Tua, and you want to pair him up with Howard, you know what I'm saying? Like, so he can consider touchdown dependent fantasy option next Sunday against the Chargers, even if Matt Breida, okay, so Breida is injured, so they're utilizing. It could be Jordan Howard. I'm just trying to see, do I want to go that low to Jordan Howard? I mean, Balaj. What's up with Balaj? Could get the call revenge game. Balaj could be a play. I mean, he's a revenge narrative against the Dolphins. So I guess I think Kevin Balaj could be the play. Balaj is on the Chargers. I'm tripping. Balaj is on the Chargers. So I guess Balaj is more so the narrative to the Dolphins. I don't know why I thought he was not on the Chargers. I'm tripping. Balaj for 5K. Miami allows 98.9 rushing yards a game, 23.5 fantasy points at home this season. 23.5 in the last 4 games. Balaj with the whole narrative, I guess the whole revenge narrative, I guess people might look at Balaj here. But then again, do you want to play what's his name? Jordan Howard at 42. Would I rather go 42? Desi Morgan, what's up, man? Says Salvin, it might ruin Jordan Howard's touches. True. I'm not understanding. I don't think you have to play those. I mean, of course, I'm gonna talk about it. Is anyone going to be on the NFC East teams? Giants show up against the Eagles. I'm not even looking at the Giants, honestly. I'm looking at Philly, though. I didn't get to Philly yet, but I'm looking at the NFC East games. I already mentioned that. I like Gibson and McKissick. Both guys are in play. Jordan Howard, I mean, $4,200, knowing that the Chargers they give up 25.5 fantasy points this season to the run. But $4,200, do I want to play it? I'm not really sold on it. I might pass on that. And then we got Balaj with the whole narrative, with the whole Dolphins narrative. I'm not really sold on it. Let's see who else. Jamal Williams. Is Jamal Williams in play? He didn't play at all against San Francisco. Let's see, who else am I looking at, y'all? We're getting through the stream pretty fast this week. All right, so if we're looking at Philly, I guess if you're looking at Philly, you got Miles Sanders against the Giants. Giants allow 26.5 fantasy points at home this season. He's finally coming back in. You know, Miles Sanders coming back. He's healthy. He said that he feels good. He feels normal. He's ready to get back and stack these wins up. I don't know what he's thinking about, but He said he got good. He had a limited practice on Wednesday, and then he had a full Thursday session. But he never played well against the Giants. That's my thing about Sanders. Last season he had eight fantasy points. They won both games. Don't get me wrong. The Eagles won both games last year, but he averaged what 9 fantasy points in 2 games. But knowing that the Eagles is not the same Eagles, like he definitely. I'm playing the Giants defense. Yeah, Miles Sanders looked like he could be the play, but I mean, he never really did well against the Giants. But the Giants only allowed 82.4 rushing yards a game to the position, so I'm not really sold on Philly's running game. Let me see where he at on Draft Dashboard and see what he looks like real quick. We got Sanders, Miles Sanders. Yeah, he's at 80, so 6,400 for a guy that I'm not really sold on. I'm gonna pass. I'm not really sold on him. I'm not even sold on him at all. He's only at 80, and we talked about so many guys that are less than that could do better. So I'm not really sold on Sanders. Yeah, so let me know what y'all think about the plays so far for the running backs. I think I'm done with the running backs. We got McKissick, Gibson as a great GPP combo. We got Duke Johnson because of the whole win advisory issue for the game. And then we have Melvin Gordon with great history as well. And then we got Cash with Aaron Jones, James Robinson because of the whole win advisory issue. Then we got Nick Chubb and Hunt. They are both good cash plays. I don't really want to put Chubb and Hunt together because like I'm not really sold on both guys. They are cash, don't get me wrong, but am I gonna play them? I'm not even sure if I want to play them. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not sold to play them, you know. So I don't know if I'm just doing that because I just want to mention it so everyone's like, okay, you know, at least he mentioned it. I don't want to say that. I don't really want to mention people that are not going to play. I don't want to be that guy, you know. I don't want to be the guy to say that these guys are cash, but they are cash plays. Like I can't not say they're not cash. They are cash plays. Jamal Williams is still a good spot. I like Jamal Williams at 4K. I don't want to be that guy, you know. Jamal Williams is a great play. Like Jacksonville allowed. He's one of those guys that could hit you with the pass attack. You know, like he had 21 against Houston, 18 against the Vikings, and he had 6 for 6 in targets against the Vikings. He had 4 for 5 in targets against the against the Texans. Against ATL, he was 8 for 8 in that game. So Jamal Williams could be a nice little sleeper play because the fact of Jacksonville, they do allow 4.5 receptions a game. So you could hit him up with Aaron Jones and still get hit up with Jamal Williams in the pass attack. Like he's known to still get passes on the pass attack. Don't trust Dolphins running game. Yeah. Winston Daniel Jones turn the ball over. Teams that have 2 or more 3 running backs in the rotation are hard to predict. That is true. We saw that with the Colts. I did not think that Hines was going to ball out like that. I thought I went with Wilkins, and I totally forgot about Hines' birthday. Do I really? I mean, the whole narrative with the birthday. I guess that's the reason why the people played him because of the whole birthday narrative. I actually didn't. I actually overlooked the birthday. I didn't know his birthday was that day, so I messed up on that end. But yeah, like I said, I even mentioned in my video that 3-head dragon, like how the 49ers used to be last year. You had Tevin Coleman, you had Mostert, and you still had Breda last year. Like you didn't know who was going to go off, but that's the benefit for that team. But in DFS, it's hard to predict those guys. But on the other end, like I said, Jamal Williams 4K is still a great play. I think Jamal Williams is still a great play because he's effective on the pass attack. And on top of that, you know, it's only Adams. You don't really see other guys really stepping up. So you got Jamal Williams and Adams, and then you got maybe Tanyan at the passing. So I'll say I like Jamal Williams at 4K. He's only 4K. You know what I'm saying? But he could definitely be overlooked. So Jay Williams, definitely GPP play at 4K. I mean, he's definitely gonna be overlooked. But do I want to look at? I mean, that's the thing about Nick Chubb and Hunt. Like, Houston are known to give up a lot to the running game, to where it's a cash play on either guy. So I'll say that. All right, but let me get right back to y'all, man. I got to do something real quick. I get right back to you before I go to receivers. Let me know in the comments, or I mean in the chat, who's your favorite running back, and I should be gone in like maybe like 2 minutes, and I'll be back to the receivers. All right.
You're watching Nick Jr. When your kids are on a mission with the Paw Patrol.
All right, we back, y'all. We back. All right, let's get into the receivers. I know y'all see, hey man, I know y'all see me getting better with this effects, man. I got my ready to be back little screen. You know, I'm getting better with this. I'm learning, y'all. I'm learning. Don't catch yourself slipping now. I got that be right back thing popping now. Watch out now. I'm doing big things. It definitely helps out with the stream. I rather have that screen up than have me just doing something with my daughter. You know, make it a little more, make it look a little more professional. You know what I'm saying? Let me look at Jamal Williams. Make sure I put him down first before I start. Okay, sorry, put him there. All right, cool. All right, let's get into the receivers. Shout out to everybody that's still on this chat. My man Infamous, he had new features. Yeah, man. Trying to step it up a little bit, trying to make it a little more professional. But I appreciate everybody, man, staying tuned with the stream. But let's get right into it, y'all. Let's get into the receivers. All right, make sure my audio is still straight. All right, we still good. All right, we got a good stream. The stream is real smooth this go around. I got a good smooth stream. I remember like 2 weeks ago, my stream, I literally had to break it up in 3 or 4 videos and combine it in one. It took me like almost a day or two to complete. It's all good. Everything is always going to work out. You know what I'm saying? That's all good. All right, just making sure y'all my plays, everything lined up before we continue. Hold up. Get out the bathroom. Get out the bathroom. Get out. Don't do that. See, this is stuff I'm talking about. See, that's the reason why I have that screen, because she's in the bathroom messing with the toilet paper. So you see that? See, yeah, stuff like that, man. I can't let that thing happen. Dang. I had a good stream, man, but see, she opened the bathroom, was playing with the toilet paper and everything. Oh, boy. Thanks, Infamous. I appreciate you, bro. All right, let's get into it, man. Let's get to the first play at receivers. Now, looking at Robert Woods. Robert Woods, $6,600. I mean, of course, like, you got the whole narrative of the Rams. This is a great game against Seattle. This is a great game that he could, you could definitely play Robert Woods at. Robert Woods been balling. He's averaging 6.8 targets a game, 4.6 receptions, 16.2 fantasy points for the season. Looking at Seattle, you already know they allow 68.1 fantasy points win away for the season, 63.3 allowed for the season, 279 receiving yards allowed to the receivers. So Jared Goff have no reason not to ball out this week. Yeah, she is. She's real quick, man. My daughter's real quick. Like, I remember that movie Chucky when all you see is his feet moving. That's how it is with her, man. Like, her feet be moving, bro. All you see is her feet moving. But Robert Woods, love this play for Robert Woods. Seattle 31st against the receiver one position as well. Robert Woods to me is a great spot. $6,600 for him is too cheap. Like that play for Robert Woods. All right, let's get into this play. Seattle, man, worst team against passing. That's crazy. That makes it bad for Russell Wilson. It's like, yeah, he's an MVP candidate, but it's like he's only throwing because he's really throwing a lot because his defense allows a lot, and it's like you making this quarterback do too much because y'all don't do y'all part, and that's why I hate it. I feel bad for him on that end, man. That's why I feel bad for Russell Wilson, man. It's like he has to play the way he played because of the defenses. They allow so much that he had to do so much. But anyways, back to Robert Woods. He had 28 against Miami, 2 touchdowns, 7 for 8, 2 touchdowns in that game, 85 yards. And he's another ideal game for him. So Robert Woods is an easy play in my opinion here. Of course, it's cash because everyone's going to be trying to load up on this game, which I will too. I don't mind. Shoot, I'm not going to hate. You should be loading up on a game like this because it's obviously one of the fastest games. Highest games, sorry. It will be one of the highest games to look at. But Robert Woods at this price tag is still a great price tag for Robert Woods at cash, but still a great play here at 6,600. Next play here. Of course, you got Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp 6,900, still a viable spot to consider. Let me see where he at. He has a tougher matchup. I was looking at that. Cooper Kupp has a tougher matchup against. I'm not sure who you go against, but they're 13th against the receiver 2 position. So they might hinder him, but still, like he's averaging 22 fantasy points in the last 2 years against Seattle. He had 15 and 30 in the last 2 games last year against Seattle. He had 21, 9, 2018. Facts, man. Legion of Boom to Legion of Bust. Yeah, it sucks, man. But like I said, Cooper Kupp 6,900, still a viable play here. I'm more likely going to look at Robert Woods. If you're gonna say like who you'd rather play, I say I'd rather play Robert Woods just because Robert Woods is more versatile than Kupp. But Kupp is still ideal. Don't get me wrong, he's still ideal, but he's more money. You know what I mean? But of course, he's more money. But I'll say Robert Woods, Kupp is definitely gonna be cash plays. Make sure you're doing good, baby. You're messing up. It's almost your bedtime too, girl. But great play for both guys here. Another spot we could consider. You got Josh Reynolds at 3,500. He could probably be overlooked here. He's probably gonna be overlooked. And that's the thing about Josh Reynolds. I mean, he's still getting the targets too. $3,500 for a guy, Josh Reynolds. He's definitely gonna be a GPP play only because, like, look, he had 9 targets last game, 8 targets, 5 targets in the last 3 games, 8, 15, 13 in the last 3 games, and now he's in a better play here against Seattle. Like, he's getting overlooked. He got a touchdown in the last 2 out of 3 games. So 2 touchdowns in the last 3 games. He was 2 for 5 against the 49ers, had a touchdown. He was 4 for 8 with a touchdown against the Bears. He's obviously going to be a good play here. Let me see his matchup. He has a good matchup. And we talked about John Brown last week. And what's his name? Aaron. My guy Aaron, yo. He kept talking about John Brown, and I was so iffy playing John Brown. I was so iffy about playing John Brown, and look what John Brown did. He balled out, and you know what I mean? So Josh Reynolds got a better matchup than Kupp. So if you want to pivot from Kupp and you need a cheaper play, Josh Reynolds, and I think Josh Reynolds and Woods is a better play in my opinion. I really don't feel like you have to pay up to $6,900 for Kupp, even though he's still obviously a better play. He's gonna be more of a cash play, but I think Woods and Reynolds will be that play. So I'm gonna go Reynolds at GPP. $3,500 for Reynolds is too cheap, especially in a game where the Seattle, he should get looks, y'all. Like Reynolds is too cheap. It's funny how he's only $3,500. Like great play from Reynolds here to get overlooked. He was 3,100 last week. He only went up $400. He's still in 3K range. If you need a 3K range player, Josh Reynolds is that guy. He had 6.5 targets in the last 4 games, 3 receptions, 2 touchdowns in the last 4 games. So great play for Josh Reynolds to consider for your lines. All right. Let's see who else we're gonna look at. We got some good value this week. We don't feel like you have to pay up this week. Let's see who else is in the file. Let me delete all these plays. I don't have these from last week. I forgot to delete the last week plays. Sorry about that. Whoever has the membership with Draft Dashboard, you have my plays. Sorry that I have the last week's play still there. I forgot to delete it, but I'll make sure everything will be updated before week 10 starts. So, but like I said, if you want the tools with Draft Dashboard, it is $1 up to 30 days. So you could cancel after 30 days if you want. It does help me. I do get contributed like $20 a month, so that helps me with sponsor with this video. So I do let you know that. But yeah, it's a good platform. I stay to this platform. You know, y'all know I'm always on this platform because it's easy for me to see value before I do my videos. It actually helps me with my videos to see value, you know what I mean, to let y'all know about it. But if you do want to use the tool, it's only $1 to 30 days. And usually they make changes to where it might be $1 up to 2 months at times. So just letting y'all know that I'm not gonna put it down your throat on this. It is what it is. If y'all want it, y'all want it. Not cool. Doesn't matter. Let's get to some more plays here. Jakeem Grant. I didn't get to Miami yet. Jakeem Grant. I don't know. You know, one guy I was looking at was Jalen. Was it Guyton? Going against Miami. Now, Miami allowing 193 points. That's the thing about Miami. They actually allow a lot. So Chargers actually in play. But they allow 193.9 receiving yards to the position. 54.2 fantasy points allowed at home. So Miami, I think I mentioned it about Miami. They actually allow a lot at home. They allow 41.3 for the season, but 54 at home. That's a big jump, you know. So looking at, if I was to look at Miami, I'm sorry, not Miami. If I was looking at the Chargers, I would say definitely consider Mike Williams, Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen's been balling, y'all. Like he's definitely been getting overlooked, man. Shout out to Keenan Allen. I'm still happy the fact that he's not being, you know what I mean? Like he's not getting the respect. You know what I'm saying? And Keenan Allen's in a better play this week. I like Keenan Allen at 7,100, but man, great play for him. Keenan Allen, 26 against Jags, 22 against Denver, 28 against the Raiders. Now he's going against Miami, to where he should ball out against Miami. He's getting the looks, y'all. He's averaging almost 12 targets in the last 3 games. He should be that play. He should be that Carolina play when he had 34 against Carolina, 19 targets against Carolina. Like, this is a great play for Keenan Allen if you want to pivot from like Devontae Adams or, you know, those high up guys. Keenan Allen is definitely in play here. He's been balling. Yeah, that's all you could really say about that. He's been balling. Of course, Devontae Adams is $9K for Devontae Adams, which you can't. I mean, I'm not saying you can't overlook it. Like, this guy's been a beast. 30, 36, 30, 48 in the last 3 games. And then we'll get to that. But Keenan Allen's definitely a great play. Definitely a great play as cash play. I'd rather say Woods. I don't really like. I know I'm a fade cup. Unfortunately, I'd rather go Keenan Allen, but I think I'd rather go Woods anyway. If I had to choose between Woods or Cup, I'd rather go Woods. So I don't know, man. I do like Cup. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. But do you have to play both? I don't know. But Keenan Allen, I'd rather pay up to Keenan Allen and Woods. You know what I'm saying? But definitely Allen's is still a great play, a cash play. Definitely a great cash play. Now, if I was to look at, what's his name? Guyton? Jalen Guyton? Yeah, and that's the thing. Devontae Adams is definitely taking the shine. And I think you don't if you want to pivot from Adams, you should play Keenan Allen. If you don't want to pay $9K, which good luck, man. He needs to give you at least 30 plus again. Like, it's what it is. You know, it's one thing you have to play it by the price tag. And damn, 9K, he better give you at least 40 fantasy points at 9K. Like, that's the way it is. There's no sugarcoating it. You know what I'm saying? But I'm looking at Jalen Guyton. I don't really know how to pronounce his name, but I'm gonna pull him up real quick. Guytion. Jalen Guyton. I don't know, $3,300 for him. I'm not really sure about him. Yeah, I might just pass on him. But it just feels like the Chargers have to look elsewhere than just Williams and Allen. You know what I'm saying? Let me see what's the matchup like for Guyton, bro. I think his name is Guyton. That's what it sounds like. But man, 54 fantasy points at home, it's like someone else has to step up than just Allen. You know what I'm saying? He's in a good matchup. Like, Guyton, that Miami is 29th against the receiver 3 position. Remember, Christian Kirk is receiver 3. You know, Christian Kirk is receiver 3. Christian Kirk had 26. But he's not no Christian Kirk, though. You got David Moore. David Moore had 18. Bourne from the 49ers. Bourne had 11. I mean, he's 3,300. I guess if you need that type of play, it doesn't hurt. If he give you 11 fantasy points, 10 fantasy points at 3K, why not? I mean, if he give you 11, maybe 12, I like that. You know, for a $3,300 player. Let me see about Williams real quick. Yeah, Williams definitely in play. Like Williams a lot. Williams is definitely in play. What's up? What's it? Lukey Falcon? What's up, G? Should I start Antonio Brown, T. Higgins, or Will Fuller? Pick 2. Antonio Brown, no. I don't think he has to. Antonio Brown, man, I feel like there's too many players on Tampa, man. Is this for your fantasy league? I like Will Fuller. If I was to choose, was it T. Higgins? Or I like Will Fuller a lot. I'd rather say Will Fuller. T. Higgins. T. Higgins. Would you play T. Higgins? I'll say T. Higgins. I'd rather play T. Higgins. I'll say T. Higgins than Will Fuller. My man Luke. Yeah, I'll say T. Higgins and Will Fuller. I'm not sold on Antonio Brown. I think he's too hyped up right now. But if it's for your league, it's really hard to say, man. It's really hard to say what about what's his name? Antonio Brown. Yeah, he's not looking good. But anyway, yeah, sorry about that's I'll go T Higgins over a Brown. Yeah, I think that's better. Yeah, Will Fuller, T Higgins, Keenan Allen. Yeah, I think that's way better. All right, let's keep going, y'all. I don't want to get too distracted. That's what get these videos to 3 hours. I don't want to. Where we at right now with the video? I think my stream is what almost 2 hours now, so we gotta continue. I gotta keep the ball rolling, y'all. But I think Guyton is a good play. But knowing Mike Williams at $5,400 is an amazing play. I think I like him a lot here. He had 21 against the Denver, 13 against Raiders. He's averaging 20 fantasy points. That's the thing about Mike Williams. He's actually playing better away this season. I mean, he had 11 against the Bengals. He had 31 against, I think 31, but that 31 fantasy point game against the Saints, that was when Keenan Allen got injured. So I'm not. Yeah, Keenan Allen got injured that game, to where Mike Williams balled out. But hey, that counted though. It happened. Then he had 21 against the Broncos. He's averaging 5.7 targets, 3.3 receptions, 3 touchdowns for the season. 20.9 fantasy points went away for the season. And Miami, like I said, is giving up a lot against receivers. So I think you should target both guys here. Now, I didn't talk about Herbert either. I don't think I did talk about Herbert. So if you're going to look at this, you got to look at Herbert. So I'll say I got Julio on by. Yeah, go ahead, bro. Julio on by. Yeah. Man, I hate Julio Jones. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Cause he's so expensive, man. For no reason. Well, I ain't gonna say for no reason, but damn, man, like he disappoint people with his price tag, especially on fantasy. If you have him on fantasy, you'd be like, damn, I have so many other players I could play than just Julio. But I'll say blame Matt Ryan. Don't blame Julio for his mistakes. That's Matt Ryan's fault. All right, so I'm gonna go back here on the quarterbacks. I'm gonna go and put Herbert in, only because if you expect these receivers to go off, then obviously Herbert is a good play. So Herbert will be a cash play on quarterback. I'm just gonna say that. Keep it moving, because I can't talk about Keenan Allen and Mike Williams if I don't have Herbert. So I say if you want to go with a stack. I don't think I even talked about stacks, so I'll mention my stacks. The stacks will be on the video below me as well, so you'll see it on, was it this side? Oh shit, my camera. This side down. I can't even get my angle right. No. This side, you see stacks. You see the favorite stacks right there. My angle's all fucked up. But anyways. Let's go ahead and put my stacks real quick. I'm going to put Denver. I'm going to put Chargers. I'm going to put Washington for right now. Oh, yeah. We got to talk about I'm not really care about Washington. Let's change that to... What was I talking about? I was just talking. Oh, Rams. God damn. LA Rams. Those are my stacks so far. So you'll see my stacks right here. What I'm looking at for favorite stacks. I'm telling you, man, I'm getting this stream good. So you get all the information. You get my stacks. You get my injury watch list. You get my top plays. You get everything, man, on one video. So why? That's what I'm saying. I don't know why I even asked everybody about a live stream, because my live stream, you get everything. So why would I want to do a 10-minute video when you get everything? You know what I'm saying? I know it's long for a lot of people. But hey, you know, I'm not telling you to stay on the stream forever, but I am saying if you want my plays, you know, wait till the stream is over and then just play at the end. You see all my plays. So, but I do appreciate everyone that stay on the stream, man. I do appreciate y'all, man. I do appreciate y'all. Y'all make me talk. You know, I like to talk anyway, but y'all give me discussion to talk about. So I appreciate y'all. All right, so let's go to the next plays here. Babe, what you doing to the TV? Is Jerry Jeudy out? Is he okay? Jerry Jeudy's questionable. Shoulder injury, listed questionable Sunday's game against the Raiders. He suffered a shoulder injury week 9, didn't practice Wednesday. He had limited sessions both Thursday and Friday. With that in mind, noted Friday, he's pretty confident Jeudy will be able to play Sunday's game against the Raiders. Okay. So hopefully he plays. But if Jerry Jeudy does not play, then you have to look at Tim Patrick. I like Tim Patrick a lot anyways, but yeah. Hey, didn't I tell you about KJ Hamler? I told you KJ Hamler was that dude. KJ Hamler had 15 fantasy points against the ATL. And he had 10 against the Chargers. Shout out to KJ Hamler, man. He did well on that. I think I did talk about Hamler. Hamler did bought out. So 3,800 for KJ Hamler. Do I want to play him again? Looking at the Raiders, they allow 173 receiving yards a game, 47.4 fantasy points allowed at home. So they allow 38.8 fantasy points for the season, but they actually allow more fantasy points at home. They allow 47 at home. Hey, thanks, man. Live streams are better. Hell yeah. I appreciate you, bro. Drew Lock gets on my nerves. Hell yeah, he does. He gets on my nerves too. But he gets the job done. And I think he gets the job done again this week. So if we want to go down for some savings, I would go down. I think you should play. Let's go down this list. We got some cheap plays. Stop. Everybody keep texting me, man. Did I even save Mike Williams? Let me make sure I save him real quick. Mike Williams, 5,400. I don't know why he's only 46 draft dashboard rank. That's a lie. I think they're gonna overlook him on that. But anyways, who was I talking about again? Yeah, Jerry Jeudy. He's a good player at 56, but if he doesn't play, then KJ Hamler. Why is he not popping up? Hamler. He's 70. He's 3,800 though. We'll look at him. But if I was to go to our receivers, y'all see her back there laying down like she a grown person. She laying there like a little. That's funny. Oh, now she's down. Hey, I see you. That's funny, baby. All right, so cash, I'll say Jeudy if he plays, but definitely GPP. I'll say Hamler once again. GPP for Hamler. I also will mention for injury list, we have to watch for Jeudy since he's questionable. Denver, Jeudy, and can't spell. He's questionable. All right. Yeah, she's showing out, man. She thinks she grown. You seen her grow, man. She act like she grown now. Sitting down like she grown. But yeah, so KJ Hamler to me is a great option, knowing the fact of 10 and 15 in the last 2 games, and now he's going against another play with Raiders. I think he's definitely in play. Let's see, Hamler, Judy. Judy's also a good play, man. Judy, he's averaging 14.4 fantasy points in 4 away games. So looking at ATL, he had 29 fantasy points against ATL with 14 targets. Then he had 14 against the Jets, 10 against Pittsburgh, but still a good play for Judy if he plays. Tim Patrick, 4,900 for Tim Patrick. Tim Patrick's still a good play too. Tim Patrick is still a good play. He actually shows more upside too. 6 targets for the season, 3.9 reception. He had 7 targets in the last 4 games. Tim Patrick could definitely be overlooked here. So I say Tim Patrick is definitely I don't know. I'll switch out Hamler. I don't know if I want to go that low, but I say Tim Patrick over Hamler. So let's go Patrick. Patrick over Hamler. I think they're both good options here. Yeah, Patrick. Patrick, 4,900. What's that?
Duh.
Huh?
Duh.
What? That's an owl. See the sky? You sing your Twinkle Star? The Twinkle song? In the sky. Like that song? You're weird. Do it for my daughter. All right, let's go to the next play. We're gonna look at Buffalo. All right, now look at the Buffalo. Arizona's allowing 173.9 receiving yards to the position, 1.1 touchdowns allowed, 47.4 fantasy points at. I'm sorry, that's the wrong team. 46.7 fantasy points at home. So that's interesting to see. They allowed 39.6 fantasy points for the position, but 46.7 when at home. So if I'm looking at Buffalo again, let's see Gabriel Davis. Gabriel Davis, 34. He was $3,400. He had 5 targets last game, 17 fantasy points. Yes, that was what? That was against Seattle. He had 5 targets, 4 receptions. Now you're going against the Cardinals. What do y'all think about Gabriel Davis? $3,400, knowing of what he did last week. I guess he might be overlooked. How old is she? She be 2 years old, man. My daughter will be 2 next month, man. Crazy. She actually knows a lot for a 1-year-old, but I think this whole pandemic actually helped out because she does a lot of watching a lot of learning channels and stuff. But Gabriel Davis, $3,400 for Gabriel Davis could be a sleeper play. I mean, he had a touchdown. I'm not sure if he had a red zone touchdown, so I guess that's it's kind of hard to dictate that. I mean, he might be played again, thinking that he's only 3,200 last week, and then he's 34 this week. But knowing that Arizona's giving up a lot, I mean, he could be a good play again. Gabriel Davis, you hear it first, is a nice little value play. It's one thing about receivers, man. I think I spend so much time on receivers, man. But I think you have to get the receivers right. If you're gonna play any type of millie maker, I think your receivers, running backs are real important. Real important. I say Gabriel Davis is a nice GPP play at 3,800. I mean 3,400. 3,400 for Gabriel Davis. I mean, he got red zone touchdown last week. I mean, he could be overlooked again. But he's still in play. He had more. I mean, he shined over wasn't it Cole Beasley? Of course, you got Stephon Diggs at 7,500. He did well for us last week. He had 12 targets. He didn't get he would have been a great play if he scored a freaking touchdown. But damn, 12 targets, 9 receptions, 118 yards, 24 fantasy points for Stephon Diggs was a great play. I just wish he had a touchdown. He would have gave you 30 plus easily. But he's averaging 23 fantasy points in 5 higher scoring games. They're looking at a 56.5 total in this play. 3-point underdog for them. He's averaging 20.8 fantasy points in 3 close games. So I guess the 3 close games meaning the point underdog. So he's only a 3-point underdog here. So good spot for Stephon Diggs if you want to pay up. But do you have to is the question. Stephon Diggs is in a great spot. I mean, Buffalo, it says that Arizona, they're to work like 30th place against receiver 1 spot. So that's a good spot for me. Stephon Diggs, 7,500, obviously will be he just needs a damn touchdown, man. If he get a touchdown, he's paying up his price tag. But he's getting the look. Stephon Diggs is averaging 10.1 targets a game, 7 receptions, 90 receiving yards a game, only 3 touchdowns for the season. The last time he had a touchdown was against the Chiefs in Week 6. He's due for a touchdown. Stephon Diggs, great play, cash play. Cash play. Diggs. And then we got go to the next one. On to the next one. We got Isaiah McKenzie. That was a red zone touchdown, I think. He only had 1 for 1, but he paid his price tag. No, I don't think it was a red zone. I think it was just a 1 catch for 25 yards. Isaiah McKenzie. But man, he's a receiver 5 position. Like these are plays to where you'll see it more so on showdowns. I don't think a lot of people are gonna look at a 3K player, but he had a 1 catch for 25 yards. So that is what it is on that. I'm not gonna look further into that. It is what it is on that. All right. So Cole Beasley, he's cheaper. You know, he went from 54 to 47. He should have already been in the 4K range. He should have never been in 5K range anyway. Cole Beasley is back to the price tag he should be at anyway. So Cole Beasley could bounce back here, especially against the slot. You know, being the slot. He has a 91% slot route, 77% matchup grade here, to where he's in a good spot. Cole Beasley. But looking at Arizona, they're 8th against the receiving 2 spot, but 4,700 for Cole Beasley is something to consider. I think everyone's gonna go back to John Brown. John Brown finally, he had 46 last week. Now he's 5,300, and then they priced down Cole Beasley because of John Brown. Do I want to play John Brown? Yes, but it's one of those situations where it's funny as hell. And then on top of that, is a revenge narrative for John Brown, especially when he played on the Cardinals. So, of course, it's going to be more of a narrative here. Time flies. My boy is almost 4. Yeah, man. It's a blessing, though, bro. Shout out to my man Julian's son, almost 4 years old. Shout out to my man. But, yeah, man, it's crazy how, time is flying. It is flying, bro. But yo, hope your family's blessed. That's all that matters. Your family's blessed and healthy. That's all that matters. That's all that matters now. Especially this whole pandemic, man. It really opened my eyes to where everything else doesn't really matter, man. As long as you get yourself some, that's all you gotta do, man. Play DFS, make money on the side. Got your job, you got your kids, you got your wife. That's all. That's all that matters, man. But if you're single, all you got is your health. You got your Tinder. You know what I'm saying? You got your DFS. Those are 3 things for single people. But for married people, you got your family and DFS. That's my motto for today. That's my motto. So John Brown obviously is going to be the narrative of the whole. John Brown is going to be the narrative with the revenge narrative with the Cardinals. Do I have to play him? No. $5,300. He had 11 targets last week, y'all. That's crazy. 11 targets last week. So John Brown, 53. He's definitely going to be cash, in my opinion. But the whole narrative with John Brown is in play. So I would say Beasley. He's not even. I don't really think he's GPP. I think Diggs and Brown is cash. Diggs, Brown, cash. Let me know what y'all think on that. But I think they both cash. All right, into the next play. On to the next one. What y'all think about Marquez Valdes-Scantling? What y'all think about him? He's $4,400. He had 19 against my Niners, but 2 touchdowns on top of that pissed me off. I hate my Niners right now. Pissed me off. We all know how we looked at the narrative with the whole wind issue with, but one thing about Rodgers, didn't matter about the wind. He's one of those. He's an elite quarterback to where you don't have to worry about the win issue with him. Now Scantling for $4,400. I mean, he had 4 targets, 19 fantasy points, that's upside. But he's going against a better team. Like he played the Niners last week. This is a tougher team than Jacksonville. Jacksonville's allowing 179 receiving yards a game. 1 touchdown a game to the position, 46.3 fantasy points to the position, win away. So it's more of a better split game for them. He's averaging 4.9 targets a game, 2.3 receptions, but he has 1 red zone touchdown he has 1 red zone and 1 receiving touchdown. But Scantling at 4,400 to me will be overlooked. 4,400 for him. I mean, everyone's gonna look at Adams, and that's the thing about. And we talked about Jamal Williams. Got Aaron Jones, Jamal Williams. Now, is Scantling a viable play? I mean, now looking at Jacksonville in the last 4 games, they allowed 216 receiving yards to the position in the last 4 games. So this is. Yeah, it is gonna say too windy, but man, what's up? Was it Manfinity? I like that name, Manfinity. Shout out to you, man, on the stream. It is going to be too windy, but my thing about Rodgers, it doesn't matter what the wind issue with Rodgers. I could have sworn it was a wind issue. I forgot what game it was. Was it Minnesota? I think it was Minnesota when it was a wind issue. Yeah, it was the win. It was week 8. It was Green Bay versus Packers, and that was a wind advisory game. And Rodgers still balled out. Devontae Adams balled out. He had 30 fantasy points that game. It didn't matter to it really didn't matter to Rodgers. It mattered to everyone else, but not Rodgers. Scanling could be a play here. Just the fact of you can't just depend always on Adams to do work. Because sometimes I have to think about it too. Like sometimes when I look at Millie Makers, you have to kind of think in the sense of showdowns to try to get an upper hand. So if you were to do a showdown, this is my question to y'all. If you were to do a showdown to this game, to Jacksonville and Green Bay, would you include Scantling? You will have Adams, but would you put Scantling in there? Would you put Jamal Williams in there? So that's what I'm saying. Like if you know these guys could give you value to where these guys could be a potential play in your Millie Maker, you have to think like that, right? You have to think that I think if you want to win a Millie Maker, you have to think about showdown values to where if you include a showdown value in your line that could give you that edge, then I think every game you should look at. I think every game you should always look at who's a potential value play, and that could be in the Millie Maker because of a showdown. So if I was to do a showdown to this game, Green Bay versus Jacksonville showdown, I think I will have Jamal Williams at 3K. He's only 4K, and then you have Scantling that had 19 last game, 2 touchdowns last game against the Niners. Now he's playing an easier matchup with Jacksonville. I think I will have Scantling, Adams, Williams, Rodgers, and then you put in maybe a James Robinson, right? So I have to think like that sometimes when I do my value. So I think that's a great strategy in my opinion, especially if you was to make a line. Think about a Millie Maker. If you would do a Millie Maker or just any type of tournament down, who will be your value play that if you were to put him in your line, he will be the difference in your line. I'm not gonna lie to you. I do like Scanlon, everything. He's in a great play. Devontae Adams obviously a cash play, but for 9K, I'm not paying 9K for Adams. I'm not. Would I pivot from Adams and play Scanlon? I more likely would do that. I think Scantling is definitely. I think Scantling is definitely going to be overlooked. He's cheap. He's 4,400. You know what I mean? Like I think I have to think like that. You know what I mean? I think anyone has to think like that. So I say, was it Scantling or what? MVS. Scantling would be to me a GPP, only because of the fact that of this type of game. Like Rodgers is still a beast, even though it's a windy game. I think that's why a lot of people might pick Green Bay. I think Green Bay is still a potential stack. I think it's a great stack, honestly. I think Green Bay is a great stack. So let me go ahead and move this over here. All right, let me go move this. Let me put my stack list. Let's go ahead and put Green Bay as a stack. I like Green Bay stack. If you put like Rodgers, Adams, Jamal Williams, Scantling, those are still valuable plays in my opinion. That's a nice little stack. I think Green Bay will definitely be lower owned than Cartoons and Cereal. I like your name, G. Cartoons and Cereal, my man. Hey, shout out to Cartoons and Cereal, man. Yo, Mello, got a GPP question. Can you help? It's just you choosing between Lions 1 or 2. Yeah, go ahead. Put it. Yeah, go ahead. Do your thing, man. Yeah, put the lines down there. It's all good. I like your name, G. Cartoons and Cereal, man. Shout out to Cartoons and Cereal, man. Let's get to some more plays before I go. Of course, you got Devontae Adams. We already talked about him. Obviously he's a beast. Yeah, he's a beast. But last time he played Jacksonville was 2016. I think I'm not paying that price tag. I know I'm not paying that. Adams is a cash play, but I'm not playing. That's too much money, man. Too much money. Let's see who else we're gonna look at. We got. Let's go to 49ers real quick. My man Ayuk is back. So the whole thing with what's his name that balled out last go around. The guy that balled around last time was what was his name? I feel bad and I know my I think it was who balled out last game? Richie James. That's what his name was. Richie James had 12 targets, 9 receptions, touchdown, 184 yards against Green Bay last week. Now, is he in play against the Saints? He's more likely going to be on the bottom of the list once again because I think Ayuk is back. That's the reason why he didn't play. He was out. So Ayuk is back. I think he's back. Kendrick Bourne is back too. So it kind of hurts his stock. But I don't really like Kendrick. I never really liked Kendrick Bourne. I don't really like none of my receivers. They're all garbage to me. But looking at the Saints, they allow 170 receiving yards, 43.4 fantasy points allowed at home. I just don't trust my Niners against the Saints. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Don't trust them. But if I was to look here, I mean, Kendrick Bourne had 10 targets before he sat because of the whole COVID. I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know if I want to even touch this team. But everyone's gonna say, "Hey man, hey Melo, you was talking about showdowns." I was talking about showdowns. So I guess I will look at Brandon Ayuk here. I mean, he had 23-21 before he sat down. I mean, he is the breakout star for the Niners. I mean, that's just what it is with Brandon. He had 7. He was 6 for 7 against the New England Patriots. He had 21 fantasy points, and then he had Seattle where he was 8 for 11 with a touchdown. He had 23 fantasy points. So I guess if I go with 5,700 for Ayuk here, it's still a cash play. But he is in play, you know? He is in play. Let's see. Adams, cash. I'm gonna take Adams out, man. I don't even want to talk about him. He's 9K. I'm not gonna put Adams in there, man. He's y'all want to play Adams, play him. I'm not playing Adams. He's 9K. Let's put Ayuk here. Ayuk, $5,700. He's definitely cash. Cartoon's a scam. Cartoon. All right, so Cartoon. If y'all can help him out too. All right, so we got Brady and Jones. You said this is a GPP line. This is, I guess, it's GPP. Brady, Aaron Jones, Gio Bernard, Mike Evans, Stephon Diggs. This is not GPP. Curtis Samuel, Eric Ebron, Christian Kirk, Packers defense. Tua, Aaron Jones, Gio Bernard, Devontae Adams, Stephon Diggs, Christian Kirk, Everett, Devontae Parker. Ooh, Packers defense. If I was to choose your line, I would choose It's a tough one, G. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't think you need Devontae Adams. I would say 1, only because I don't like number 2. I like Tua. Aaron Jones, I like him. Gio Bernard, I'm iffy with him. I don't really care about Gio Bernard. Adams is, yeah. I really feel like you could do better without Devontae Adams. You don't need Adams. Stephon Diggs. Christian Kirk is in. I didn't get the tight ends, so I don't know about the tight ends yet. Devontae Parker, I didn't even talk about Parker. I ain't even mentioned Parker either. I ain't mentioned nobody from the Dolphins yet. I'd say okay. Devontae Parker is still a good play. Devontae Parker's a good play. He's 5K. One of my what is it? Infamous. He mentioned about Grant, Jakeem Grant. Yeah, they're both in tough spots, y'all. I ain't gonna front. Jakeem. You said Gerard Everett. This is not. I don't think this is GPP, but this ain't GPP. This is definitely GPP. Gerard Everett. I'm not sold on your line, bro. Gerard Everett. He's a tight end 2 spot too. I'm not really sold on it though. I would. You said Ebron. Yeah, I think I like number 1. I like number. Yeah, Grant. I'd rather go Grant. He's only 3K. I'll say, man. I say number 1. I say 1, man. I'm on 1. I'm not sure what everyone else thinks. Yeah, I like 1, bro. That's the only one I like, but I'm not sold on it though. I just don't like Brady. I'm not sold on Brady. I think if you put Tua on Brady, Aaron Jones, Gio Bernard, I'm not even sold on him. Mike Evans, I'm not sold on him. You should put Stephon Diggs where Evans is. Stephon Diggs. Oh yeah, you still have him on it though. Oh. Oh, this is Yahoo, by the way, not FanDuel or nothing. Well, that's the thing though. Yahoo, you still could do better. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Like Brady, you don't have to play Brady. I think you could play Tua over Brady. If this is a Yahoo line, Aaron Jones, you can play Aaron Jones. You could swap. I really feel like you could play Jamal Williams over Gio Bernard. I don't think you have to play Bernard. You could play Gio. You could play Jamal Williams over that. Mike Evans. I mean, we already mentioned a few guys. I didn't even talk about Mike Evans. I don't. Stephon Diggs. I just don't like. I think you can play Brady because he has options. That's the thing about Brady. If you're gonna play Tampa, just play Brady because he has options. But in the sense of individual stats, there's no one that sticks out. Like Mike Evans doesn't stick out because he has so many options. 200 cap is GP with Brady because nobody's going to pick him up. Saints game, but again, this is a Carolina game. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think if you want to play somebody on Tampa, just play Brady because he has so many options. So I guess you could say that, but I'm not sold on air. You know what? I'll just say I like number 1. I like number 1. I like reason why because I like Ebron more than Everett, and it makes sense. Packers defense. Yeah, I say number 1. I don't want to bash your line. I don't think your line is. I mean, it's different. So I like number 1. All right, let's get to some more plays, y'all. Let me make sure I get everything done, man. I just want to knock this out. You said Christian Kirk. He's in a good spot. Alrighty. Now I'm looking at Nelson Aguilar for the Raiders. What do y'all think about him? I like this play for him. I mean, he's only averaging 3.1 targets, 2.1 receptions. He finally bounced back from the Cleveland game where he played Chargers. And he only had one touchdown, 2 receptions. But Aguilar seemed like he's the only consistent guy on the Raiders. So 4,900. Nah, I'll leave him alone. 4,900. I need at least 12. But he had 14 against Buffalo, 15 against the Chiefs, 25 against Tampa. He seems like he's the only consistent guy on there, unless like Hunter Renfrow. But looking at Denver, they allow 170 receiving yards, 1.4 touchdowns, 42.1 fantasy points went away. Aguilar has 14 fantasy points in the past 3 home games, which we mentioned. The last 3 home games he played was New Orleans, Buffalo, and Tampa, in which he had 14 against Buffalo, 25 against Tampa in the last 2 at home. He has 5 touchdowns for the season. Compared to Renfrow, he only has 2 touchdowns. So I think Aguilar could be a sleeper, but I mean, at 4,900, I wish he was 4,200 instead. I mean, somebody at 5K, I don't even want to pay that for that guy. But Renfrow, I mean, we already mentioned other guys that I'd rather play, like Tim Patrick. I'd rather play him. I'd rather play Josh Reynolds at 3,500. Let me see. Al Galore. 4,900. Let me see Renfrow. 42. Now, they both not in good spots here, but all right, let's look into some more plays. We gotta get done with this receivers, man. But I hate receivers. It takes so long for me to do receivers, but I want to make sure I got the right plays for receivers. I still appreciate y'all staying on the chat. I do appreciate y'all, because y'all do not have to be online. But I want to make sure I get all these done. Receivers to me is the most challenging, but it pays off a lot when you got great value. So it will take me longer with the receivers, but it pays off. All right, let's keep it moving. I want to keep it going. I didn't mention anybody from Houston yet. Good gosh. Yeah, keep it going. All right, looking at Cleveland. Jarvis Landry. 5,900 for Jarvis Landry. He said he learned how to catch the ball. He ain't lying. Oh man, he literally got ran out of Philly, y'all. He literally went to the Raiders to Vegas to try to condemn his career, man. It's sad. Literally, Philly ran him out. He really got ran out by the fans in Philly. That's funny as hell. I think that's really what happened with Iowa. He really got to the point where the office like, look, man, we got so many complaints about you, man. We gotta get rid of you. He really got ran out by his own. He's probably the only. I don't think there's another receiver that actually happened to where he got ran out of his own city. If y'all do know, let me know who another receiver that got ran out of his city. That's funny as hell, though. Aguilar, 4,900, man. I say he's cash. But am I sold? No. All right, let's keep it moving, man. I'm slowing down. I gotta keep it pushing. I need something to drink. I need some beer. I got a writer's block right now, y'all. Hold on. All right, let's look into the Cleveland Browns. Rashard Higgins. All right, he's expected receiver 3. He only got 3 receptions. Looking at Houston, they allow 173.6 receiving yards, 1.6 touchdowns a game, 43.5 fantasy points allowed to the receivers, but 42.4 at win away. Rashard Higgins. I don't think I want to go Higgins. 4,600 for Higgins. That's from Tay Higgins. That's right Higgins. He's whatever. He's a whatever right now. Don't really care about him. Rashard Higgins. Houston, they're 9th against the receiver 3 position, so I'm not sure if he's a good play. Let's see who else. Jarvis Landry, man, he's so overrated. I don't know about Jay Landry, man. He should ball out. It's like it's the game he should ball out on. He has not shown one game this season where he has upgraded, but he has history against Houston. Now let's see. Last time he played Houston is 2018. He had 19 fantasy points against them. 6 for 9. He had 6 receptions, 9 targets. Then last time he played Houston was 2015, where he had 2 touchdowns, 5 for 5 for 2 touchdowns. This is ideal. Freddie Mitchell. Wow, who's Freddie Mitchell? Let me know about Freddie. I don't know about Freddie Mitchell. That's funny as hell. Jarvis Landry is ideal here. I mean, there's no OBJ, so he should get the value. He's having 6.4 targets a game. He had 11 targets last week against the Raiders, no touchdown. If he got a touchdown, he can pay up his price tag. I'll say Landry as a cash play. Because he just need a touchdown, man. But his price is up there. I'll say Landry. Landry has good history, and looking at Houston, they're last against receiver 1 spot, which is good. You got DJ Shark. Shark had 30. Adams had 47. AJ Brown had 22. Adam Thielen had 29. Landry's in a good spot here. Landry should ball out. All right, next guy. We got our guy Travis Fulgham. 6,400 for Fulgham. Cash play for Travis. Looking at him, he's 8.8 targets a game. He's been crushing in the last 5 games. I mean, he had 14 against my Niners, 34 against Pittsburgh, 20 against the Ravens, 12 against Giants, 20 against Dallas. Now he's going against Giants once again. But Giants, they allow 180 receiving yards to the position, 14 receptions a game to the position, 41.9 fantasy points at home. They actually give up more at home. Fulgham. But Miles Sanders is back. So that's the reason why I'm iffy with Fulgham, only because now Miles Sanders could get more volume with the pass attack. And that's the thing about Miles Sanders. He's a pass attack running back. So it could hurt Fulgham here. At 6,400, it's not ideal. I wish he was like in the 5K range, but for $6,400, I don't really feel like he's going to get the volume with Miles Sanders back in the lineup. So I might have to fade that play. Let's see. Let's keep it going. Keep it going. Okay. Who else on Philly is good? But that's the only player that's good on Philly. Is Greg Ward gonna bounce back? No. He's been an up and down trend lately too. Greg Ward has been up and down, up and down. Greg Ward was 21 against Cincinnati, right? Greg Ward was 21 fantasy points against Cincinnati. Then he went down 8 against Niners. Then he bounced back up to Pittsburgh with 13. Then he went down to 6 against the Ravens. Then he bounced back up to 15 against the Giants. Then he bounced down at 4 against against the Cowboys. It's like he's up and down this year. I think it's literally up and down. How many stadiums have a jail? Oh shit! Y'all made me have to pull up about Freddie Mitchell, yo. I mean, Freddie Mitchell was Oh, that's Freddie Mitchell? Oh, man. Yo, Freddie Mitchell was garbage, yo. I forgot about this dude. Oh, man, I forgot. I forgot all about Freddie Mitchell. I'm trying to figure out who the hell. Oh, he went to prison for 37 months. Well, he got sentenced. Tax fraud. Oh, they called him Fred X. Oh, that's fucked up. They called him, instead of FedEx, they called him Fred X. Oh, shoot. I forgot about him, man. Oh, boy. That's funny as hell. Damn, he wanted that tax-free, boy. Call him Fred X. That's funny as hell. AKA Fred X. That's funny as shit, man. That's funny. AKA Fred X. Oh man, that's funny. Alright, let's go to yeah, I think Greg Ward though, like if you want to play the whole narrative of him bouncing back up and down type deal, I think he could go, if you want to play it, I mean he's cheap. He's $3,800. He's still getting targets. He played well against the Giants last go around. I think he's a good play here. Like look at his scoring. He was up and down. So Bengals up, Niners down. Steelers up, Ravens down. Giants up, Cowboys down. Like he's in an uptrend play. I'm the type of player, man. I like those type of stuff like that. Greg Ward's in play. He's only $3,800. He could. First round bust. Yeah, he's garbage, man. I forgot all about Mitchell, but I was never an Eagles fan, so I remember his ass though. Greg Ward could be a sleeper, y'all. Like $3,800. If you need some plays other than Fugam, I think he could. I mean, he had 15 against the Giants last go around. I think Greg Ward is definitely GPP. He's viable. Like $3,800, y'all. He used to be. How much was he? He's always been 4K, 3K. He used to be $4,600 and he was $4,600 with the Steelers, $4,200 with the Rams. He was $5,200 when he played the Seahawks. So his stock is going down, but He's still viable in his offense, y'all. Greg Ward could be a sleeper. If you need somebody at 3K range, he's another guy that's 3K. He could bounce back and give you another 12 plus, maybe 12 plus fantasy points. If you need that, if you need somebody that at that price, if you need to pay down and go up elsewhere, I think he's a viable spot. Let's see who else. All right, let me get out of this. Shit. Oh, mic check. All right, we still good. All right, let's keep it rolling. Keep it going. All right, now we're going to Miami. Then we got Jakeem White. I said Jakeem White. There's no Preston Williams, y'all. We know that Preston is not playing. Jakeem White will be expected. I keep saying Jakeem White. That's my cousin's name. I'm tripping. Jakeem Grant. Grant is in a great spot here, y'all. Like the fact that it opens up without Preston Williams, no Preston Williams. And looking at the Chargers, they allow 161 receiving yards to the position, but they allow only 34.7, which is not much. But they allow more away. They allow 40.2 fantasy points went away. Jakeem Grant at 3K. That's bare minimum, y'all. Like, and look, Aguilar had 13 against them. So if Aguilar could give you if Aguilar could give you 13, Jakeem Grant without Preston Williams could give you 13. You got Scotty Miller. Scotty Miller's with what? Bears? Where's Scotty Miller? What? Scotty Miller? Where is Scotty Miller from? What team Scotty Miller? Is he with the Tampa? Yeah. Scotty Miller from Tampa had 19. Scotty Miller had 19 against them in week 4. So Scotty Miller could do it. Jakeem Grant can. 3K. Jakeem Grant is a great play here. At only 3K, y'all. No Preston. Yeah, 8, 9, 9 in the last 3. He's getting the targets, y'all. So he's going to get more targets without Preston Williams. I mean, of course, Devontae Parker's going to get looks without Preston. So there you go. We need some Miami stack action. Yeah, Greg can do it all, too. Like, you're right. Infamous. Like, he does a lot. He is also in the kick returns, too. So, but he just started getting on the kick returns after week 6. I think when he played the Jets, that's when he started doing the kick returns. So Jakeem Grant, great play to me, especially GPP. So I guess if you don't want to go Ward, you could go Grant. All right, now we go into Devontae Parker, 5K. He's averaging 19.6 fantasy points in 4 close games. Looking at a 1.5 favor for Dolphins here, so it's a close game they're looking at. He always had a good game against Chargers. He had 17 fantasy points last year against Chargers, at home against the Chargers. He had 17, 13 against them in 2017, 18 fantasy points in 2016, 13 against 2015. 5K. You need about 5K. You need about at least 15 to 20 fantasy points. That's viable. He can do it. He can do that. He can get that. He's a beast. He only had 4 for 4 last go around. He has 3 touchdowns for the year. His last touchdown was against the Rams, week 8. So yeah, week 8. Devontae Parker at 5K is viable. So Devontae Parker 5K. not bad. Not bad of a play. So we could go to. I don't think he's more of a cash play. I guess also in my favorite stacks, I guess you could go ahead and stack Miami. All right. Please give a like, y'all, if you like the stream. If you prefer the stream, I only had like 5 votes on Twitter, but if you like the stream, let me know in the comments. Me in the chat room, like more stream, or do you prefer, or do y'all actually prefer like videos? But I know I'm not gonna do videos. I don't have time to do videos. I only have like literally one day to do a big video like this. So always choose like at least one video. One big video for football. I can't do multiple videos for football. But those are the 2 guys I like for Miami. I'm trying to figure out if there's any more value. Maybe like Mac Hollins. I'm not sure. I don't really know about Mac Hollins. I guess he came from. I don't really know who's Mac Hollins, but he had a touchdown last week against the Arizona. But it seemed like that was a red zone. That was a red zone touchdown for Hollins against Arizona. So I mean, he only had 8 fantasy points, so it wasn't nothing. So. Alright, let's go to the Giants. I'm not really on Giants. I guess the only guy I really consider on the Giants is Sterling Shepard. He's 5K. He's been consistent ever since he came back. He's averaging 7.2 targets in the last 4 games. But he had 8, 9, he had 8, 10, and 8 in the last 3. Appreciate you, Infamous, man. I always appreciate you, bro, staying on the stream. So yeah, only guy I really see on Giants is Shepard, because he getting the targets, y'all. 8, 10, and 8 in the last 3. 12, 15, 18. So 5K range, Sterling Shepard is definitely in play, but he's a cash play. I mean, he's not really giving you more. If he give you 18, see, last time he played, they did play last like three games ago. So what did? Yeah, he had 18 against Philly last game. They lost by 1, which was stupid, but he was 6 for 8 with a touchdown, 59 yards, and 18 feint. That's still a good play. Like, Shepard would definitely get lost in the sauce. He would definitely get lost in the sauce in this 5K range. I mean, if he could give you 18, 15 plus, that's something to look at, y'all. And he was consistent. He had 8 targets that game, and that's Daniel's guy, y'all. So Shepard, cash at 5K. Now I'm gonna look at my guys I already have in play. I might could replace one. If I was to replace one for Shepard, who will I replace? I think I would replace. Would it be Landry? Would it be Brandon Ayuk? I think I could. I just add him. I don't think I should replace anybody. I mean, Shepard is viable here. I mean, he's getting the targets, and he's that guy that Daniel knows he could trust this guy. Hold on, I got no more space. Hold on, I gotta make some space here. Hold on. Let me make some space on the screen. Hey, should to also for a show of hands, whose girl or wife or girlfriend or your side chick who put their Christmas tree up already? My wife just put up our Christmas tree already, and she was real happy. she was she was real happy, man. I was like, oh man, y'all just gonna skip Thanksgiving, huh? All right, let me make sure. Hey man, she already got everything up right now, man. Giants activate Dante Pettis. And was he on the 49ers too? Oh, I ain't scared about Pettis, man. Pettis is garbage. I mean, you still got Slayton too, man. Like, okay. So one thing about Slayton, I mean, that was last year. He had 35 fantasy points last go around, 2 touchdowns against Philly last year, but of course that's last year. So I'm sorry, that wasn't last year. Yeah, it was last year. I'm not really sure about Slayton. I don't know. Do I want to play Slayton? Let's see, Slayton. Slayton. I don't know about Slayton, y'all. I'm not really on Slayton. I think I like Shepard. He's just real consistent. Okay, let's get to the Bengals. Do I like anybody from Bengals? Not really. Pittsburgh is way better at home. They really play better at home. Like, let me look at their defense real quick. Passing yards allowed. Steelers is number 4 against passing. I'm real surprised about Washington. They have their number 1 defense against passing yards. I'm real surprised. Well, I don't know why I'm surprised. I guess they're just garbage against the run attack, but yeah, I didn't know they were that good. So Eagles is 3rd, Steelers is 4th against passing yards. Yeah, I see a lot of green with Steelers, man. A lot of green, even rushing yards allowed. Do I want to go against Pittsburgh with the Bengals? You got Auden Tate, he's 3K, but Pittsburgh allowed 180 yards for the season. But they way better at home. They're 39.6 fantasy points allowed to the position at home. Is Auden Tate, or do I go AJ Green? Last time he really played good against Pittsburgh was his elite year was like 2015. He bought out 2015, but don't really see much there. T Higgins has been good. 5,500 for T Higgins. He had 22 against the Colts, and that's the thing about Colts is a tough defense. But one thing you do with the Colts is, I don't know. Let me see what the Colts defense is pretty good. And he did pretty good against the Colts. So if you want to look, I guess if you look at, I mean, if T Higgins is gonna do well against the Colts, he should do well against the Steelers. They know they got to throw the ball to win this, but let's see T Higgins real quick. T Higgins. Yeah, 9 targets, 14, 5 targets, 19, 8 targets, 22. But he's going against Pittsburgh. But Pittsburgh really showed their ass off against Dallas. They really want to show their ass. But that's the thing. Pittsburgh wasn't playing home. They were playing at Dallas. But Pittsburgh at home is actually better, but 5,500 for him. Tyler Boyd. I think AJ Green is on his way out. He just need to let go. He just need to go. Let me see about Tyler Boyd. 6,400 though. 6,400 for Tyler Boyd. Last time he played Pittsburgh, but then that's the thing though. So he played Pittsburgh last year. Tyler Boyd had 23 fantasy points. That was at home. He didn't play them. He didn't play them at home. He only had 6 fantasy points playing Pittsburgh at home, but he had 23 when he played them away. Halloween Candy's still out. Tyler Boyd, he hasn't played them good at home. Like, so Tyler Boyd had 23 fantasy points when last year he had 9 targets, and this is before AJ Green was even playing. Now you got AJ Green, and now you got T Higgins. I don't know, man. 6,400, man. Yeah, man. I still have my Halloween candy, man. Every day at work, I'll take like 5 pieces of candy to work every day, trying to get rid of that candy. We went trick or treating. We went trick or treating for our daughter. I'm like, not realizing she ain't gonna eat this candy at 1 year old. We got all this candy. I'm like, she ain't gonna eat this candy. She only got like what, 12 teeth? Okay, Tyler Boyd's $6,400 though, man. Like, I'm not really sold at 6,400. Now everyone's gonna look at the $2,300, like the 23 points, but the 23 points that he scored was playing at home. He didn't play Pittsburgh at home. And then when he played Pittsburgh at home, when he played Pittsburgh at Pittsburgh, he only had 6. Pittsburgh showing that they're better at home. I mean, he's still viable, but I say he's a cash play. I don't see upside though at his price tag. Now that's the reason why I'm looking at the other guys. I'm like, can you go T Higgins at 55? He's still getting value. He's averaging 7.4 targets. T Higgins got 7.4 targets, 4.7 receptions, 3 touchdowns in the last touchdown he had was against Cleveland. He's averaging 15.1 at 5K, 5.5. Now, if I'm looking at value-wise, I always times it by 3. So everyone that doesn't know, I always times it by 3. So Draftkings for upside times 3 is cash, times 4 is GPP. So if he's 5.5K, he needs to at least give me 4 times value for upside. So that's 20 plus fantasy points for GPP wise. So anytime I do GPP, it's always times 4 on DraftKings. Cash is times 3, times 2, times 3 on DraftKings for cash. Now, FanDuel is different. I usually do upside is times 3 on upside, times 2 on FanDuel. So let y'all know that. For those that haven't been on the stream, that's how I do my GPP and cash. I always times it by 2 or 3 on FanDuel, just to know about the price tag. So like I said, like you're paying 9K for Adams, times that by 4 for GPP, that's what, 36. 36. So he need at least give you 36, which he can't give you that. I mean, but then again, a cash play, all he needs is 27. You know what I mean? But I say Tyler Boyd, he's a cash play. 6,400, he is cash, but he is cash. I guess I could put him in there. I mean, I'm not really going to go this route. If you want to play him, go ahead. I mean, he's viable. Play him. I don't know if I want to play Boyd. I mean, there's other guys that I mentioned that I'd rather play. I'm not sure if I want to play Tyler Boyd at 6,400. It seems like I'd rather go. Like, we got so many other positions. Like, we talked about Grant at 3K. We talked about Diggs. You know what I mean? We got so many other plays, but let's see Boyd. And plus, Boyd don't have he doesn't have a good matchup either. T. Higgins got a better matchup. Pittsburgh is 31st against receiver 3 positions. You had CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb has 16. Willie Snead had 18. Fugam had 34. I think I'd rather go T. Higgins than Boyd. All right, let's keep it going. I'm almost done. Receivers. Am I looking at the Saints? I mean, going against the Niners, y'all, like, one guy I could look at is Emmanuel Sanders, especially against the Niners. Like, you gonna have so many revenge narrative on that end. So, Emmanuel Sanders going back on the Niners, I mean, that's a revenge narrative. You want to play that. I mean, of course, you got Michael Thomas back in the line. Michael Thomas always balled out against us. He had 33 last season. He had 33, 15 targets last game, 11 receptions, 1 touchdown. Yeah, I'm not really sold on Bengals. I really just see all cash plays on the Bengals. I don't really see any upside on the Bengals. Their prices are all like cash. I don't really see nobody really pulling the upside. Michael Thomas has always been balling on us, man. So Michael Thomas had 33 fantasy points last game at home against us. But he had a lot of targets though. 15 targets last year. But he only had 6 last game, getting back in the rut, getting back in his swag, you know what I'm saying? Good play. I think you could go with Michael Thomas. I'd rather go Michael Thomas. I know I'd rather play Michael Thomas than Devontae Adams. That's just me. There's other plays I'd rather go than Devontae Adams. And Thomas is one. Thomas will be cash, but I definitely see him balling out on us again. You got Thomas. Of course, you got Emmanuel Sanders. I think both of these guys are in play. Thomas and Sanders are in good plays against the Niners. I really don't see I think we'll get our asses whooped. We're going to get our asses whooped again, man. Tired of losing, man. I'm tired, y'all. I'm tired of losing, man. But then I like both guys here. Yeah, anybody can score from the Saints. You're right. I like Sanders though. At 4,800, he's averaging 7 targets. He got 5 targets. Even with Thomas last game, he still had 14, 4 for 5 with a touchdown. If you get a touchdown and get about 4 if you still get 4 receptions and a touchdown against the Niners, he's easy paying price tag, y'all. 4.8. 4.8 times 3, he only needs 14 fantasy points. 14 times 4, he needs 19.6. He could do that. I know Michael Thomas could do that, but Michael Thomas needs a lot of points. But I like both of these guys here, and they're both in good plays. All right, let's keep it moving. Let's go to the Washington Redskins. Detroit, they allowed 35 fantasy points at home. It's not that much. Of course, you got McLaurin. He had 14, 22, 28 in the last 3 games, but now you're going against Detroit. We all know how he plays against his own division, but I don't know about this game against Detroit. Last game he played Detroit last year, he had 12 targets but 5 receptions. I really feel like this is gonna be more of a a running type of I ain't gonna say running type of game. I like McKissick and Gibson. Those are the only two guys I really like here. I mean McLaurin always gonna get targets though. 6,800 for him. I mean he's in play. Don't get me wrong, he is in play. He gets a lot of targets. That's one thing. He gets a lot of targets. But 6,800, he needs at 6,800. He needs times 4, 27 fantasy points. See, times 3. He only needs 20 times 3. I'll say he's cash. I'm not gonna try to overdo it with him. We're gonna go McLaurin. Definitely McLaurin's cash. Oh, right. Let's keep it going. The only guy I really like on the Redskins on a pass attack. It's either gonna be McKissick or McLaurin in the pass attack. Yeah, I know. I know he's starting. He's some garbage, but he's still been. I mean, he played last week, didn't he? He still had 28 fantasy points with Alex Smith. I actually like Alex Smith as a Alex Smith is a nice little GBP, but I don't know. I like him. I forgot to add him on here. I actually like Smith. I did put Smith. He's in my GBP. I actually like Smith at his price tag. Like Smith isn't a good play at his price tag. He's in a good price tag, so I actually like Smith here. I mean, he still gave him a lot of fantasy points. He still gave him 8 targets. Yeah, he played the Giants last week. Yeah, he had 28. His one touchdown was to McLaurin. So yeah, he's still a good spot here. All right, let's look into. That's the only guy I like here. Let's see if I go to Pittsburgh. Who I like from Pittsburgh against the Bengals. This is gonna be a tough game. In the sense of who's going to get the call for Pittsburgh. We got Devontae Adams, Deontay Johnson. Deontay Johnson, 5,200 for him. He had 10 targets against Dallas, no touchdown. If he got a touchdown, he's easily giving you value. But man, let me see. Cincinnati is 22nd against the receiver 2 position. Corey Davis had 29 against them, 29. Landry had 10. Pascal had 15. Okay, and then we got James Washington. James Washington. I'm not really sure if I want to play James Washington. Chase Claypool. I mean, he's a beast. I like Chase. I like him, man. 13 targets against Dallas. He had 9 against Baltimore. 4 for 4 against Cleveland. Then he had a big, crazy game against the Eagles. He was 7 for 11. 4 touchdowns against Philly. And he actually plays better at home. Chase, He's averaging 21.2 fantasy points in 4 home games. So I guess the 4 home games were 18 against Denver. Then he had 3 against Houston. That's nothing. Then he had a big game against Philly at home. And then he played the Browns at home. Now he's playing the Cincinnati Bengals at home. The Bengals are allowing 1.1 touchdowns a game to the position, but if he could get, that's the thing though, if he could get 14 fantasy points from the Ravens, that is intriguing, but that was a away game. But Chase Claypool, he's on the ban list. Yeah, he's ruining. You just don't know. You just don't know what you're gonna do. You don't know if you're gonna get injured and ruin your lines. You really don't know. Like, the safe play is Claypool. Claypool is a safer play than Johnson. I like Claypool. 13-9 targets in 2 games. 5,800 for Claypool. Let me see his he doesn't really have a good let's see. Got Peoples Jones. Peoples Jones got 14. You had Marvin Johnson had 18. You had Chenault Jr. had 14 with this play. I mean, Claypool's he's still in a good spot. I like Claypool. I think he's a safe play. If you're gonna play anybody from Pittsburgh, I think Claypool is that play. Position plays. I'm running out of space, man. I got so many plays on receivers now. It's ridiculous. But I want to mention these guys, so we gotta mention these guys. We still have to mention these guys. All right, let's keep it moving. Looking at Houston, got Kenny Stills, not really on Kenny Stills. Will Fuller, he's 6,700. Going to play, like I said, Browns is a tougher team at home. But Will Fuller, he's been up and down all season too. He's been iffy. Will Fuller was up, down. He's the same play like Greg Ward. At 15 with Pittsburgh, let me show you this so I can see what I'm saying. I'm not sure about Will Fuller now. I actually like Will Fuller, but I don't know about him now. All right, so let's look at Will Fuller. I actually liked him from the standpoint of the matchup, but it shows he's real inconsistent lately. Like, he's on a downtrend this week. And then on top of that, we got the wind issue. So let me show you this. Let me make this bigger for y'all so y'all can see what I'm saying. All right, so look at Will Fuller scoring. So he had 15 against the Steelers, right? And he went up to Vikings. Then he went down on Jags, bounced up to Titans, went down on Green Bay, bounced up from the Jaguars. And then on top of that, now we're playing the Browns. And then what I'm saying is that the Browns play better at home. This seems like another downtrend game. If you can see what I saw. If you see what I saw here, he's just been up, down, and he's now on a downtrend. And on top of a downtrend, he's playing the Browns at home. I'm saying he's still a good play. He's probably going to still give you maybe 15 fantasy points like he's always been doing on the downtrend. But at his price tag, he's not giving you value. Hopefully, he could change that narrative. But as you can see, this whole season has been the same thing. So I want to point that out. I have to look at stuff like that. So Will Fuller definitely going. It's not even a cash play. Like, I mean, $6,800. He's more likely a play I might have to fade in the sense of ownership. Now on top of that is the wind issue. We got the whole wind gust issue. It's definitely not. It's not in his. It's definitely not in his favor with the good. I like Duke Johnson only because it's more likely going to be a running game type situation with the wind gust at 28 miles per hour. So he definitely is going to be hurt because of that as well. So not really on that as much as I was. He still probably give you 12 to 15, hopefully, but yeah, that's really iffy on that. I'm really iffy on that. Maybe Randall Cobb could be a play. At 4, he's only 4K. He could be a sleeper. Randall Cobb could be a sleeper play. I mean, he had 12 last go. I mean, that was 2017, but he's averaging 12.5 fantasy points in 5 underdog games. So looking at a 4-point underdog for Houston in this play. Yeah, so maybe Randall Cobb at 4K could be a play. I mean, all he needs is what? 14 times 4? I mean, 4 times 4 is 16. I mean, he's like 16 fantasy points. He had 18 against Green Bay. He had 20 against Pittsburgh. It could be more of a play for Cobb here. Especially at 4K. Randall Cobb. He's intriguing at 4K. I definitely would get some looks at Cobb here. Corn in the Cobb. Give some plays to Corn in the Cobb. I think Cobb's a good spot here. All right, let's keep it moving. We're almost done, y'all. Thank you for staying tuned with me. We're almost done. The other website I'm on, I'm also in membership with Line Star. If you haven't checked it out, definitely check that out with Line Star. Yeah, I'm also with Line Stars too. It's a paid program, but I've been on it since almost 4 years now. But I didn't want to put it on here if you got to pay for that. But yeah, Line Star is definitely a great tool. I mean, I'm always on the chat rooms on there as well. But I've been on this for about almost 4 years with Line Star. They actually give you some great details to look into. Of course, you got DFS Army if you're on that. You got Roto Grinders. They all got the same information. But I don't really. I mean, they actually got more money. I don't want to put it out there. If they pay a lot more money. You know what I mean? That's the reason why I usually say about Draft Dashboard, because this is only $1 for 30 days. So if you don't want it after 30 days, you can just cancel it. But everything else is like 20 plus, man, like $20 plus a month. But I had it was like $10 a month way back in the day. So actually, it was cheaper, way cheaper. But those are the same. I mean, it's all memberships, like Roto Grinder, all that stuff is still memberships. You still get all the information though. But I got these type of tools where it's kind of easier for me to use. Whoops. What did I just do? Yeah, I'm on a group chat too, man. I got group chats. So I'm always streaming. I always talk to a lot of people in the chat. So yeah, check out if you want to check out LineStar, go to LineStar app, linestarapp.com. They got like weekly what you call it? Weekly memberships, like only like $5 for a week, and then they got like up to like $20 a month, up to a year, stuff like that. But yeah, check that out. I'm always on there, so you'll see me on there. I have the same name, so you'll see me on there. All right, let's keep it moving. I mean, a lot of people looking at Curtis Samuel at 4,900. He's getting way involved in the offense now, especially with McCaffrey constantly coming in and out. And now going against Tampa. Tampa's actually a pretty good defense. But this guy, I mean, even with the Saints, he had 17 fantasy points against the Saints. And they got a better defense too. So, I mean, in the sense of what they allow, but he had 17, 21, 30 against the Chiefs. To get 30 against the Chiefs is real impressive. Okay, yeah, so you got fantasy data and all that, yeah. So the same information. I mean, this probably give you more in depth in the sense of it's good to have like a home and away stats. I like that a lot. But I like the fact that LineStar does give you the home and away stats. It's real important with that because you tend to find people actually play better at home or away. So it's good to get those type of stats too. All right, so looking at Curtis Samuel, I mean he's only 4,900 for a guy that's been he's been balling. Curtis Samuel, 4,900. He had 30, 21, 17 in the last three. Real impressive. He's still cheap. I guess it's because of the fact that he's playing Tampa, but he's too involved with the offense to just be shut down, you know? 6 for 6 against the Saints, 5 for 4 against ATL with 2 touchdowns, 9 for 9 against the Chiefs. Like he's obviously that play. Tricked me against the Bucks. Tricked me against the Saints. Yeah, it's Curtis Samuel 4,900 has upside, y'all. Like it's hard not to play him. I mean, 4,900 for a guy that's so involved with the offense is impressive. Like I wouldn't go to DJ Moore. Like to go DJ Moore at 5,100, a guy that's been like Curtis Samuels, it's kind of like a smack in the face. And then you got Robbie Anderson. He's real consistent. He's always gonna be consistent, but at 6,100, he's not giving you value. He's just not giving you value. Yeah, he's not really as much value. $6,100. Let me see some. Robbie Anderson. I mean, Robbie Anderson is still in play. I mean, he's in a good spot, receiver 1 spot. Then we got Samuel. He's just real involved. I'm more likely going to go ahead and put in Samuel. For upside, he's definitely in play. Got too many damn receivers. I know that one. But this video is all about finding value. Samuel. 4,900 for Samuel is too cheap. He should at least be 6K. Like for what he's been doing for the last 3 games, he should at least be 6K. I'm not sure why they still got him at 4,900. And then on FanDuel, they still got him cheap. They got him at 57 on FanDuel. All right, let's keep it moving. We're almost done. We got Christian Kirk, 5,700 for Christian Kirk. He's also been involved in the offense. He had 23 against Dallas, 21 against Seattle, 26 against Miami. Now he's going against Buffalo. But my thing about Buffalo is it's really hard to attack Buffalo It's really hard to attack Buffalo in a passing game. I always tell people, if you want to attack Buffalo, you attack them with the running game. But man, I don't think you got to worry about Josh Norman. I think Josh Norman was also placed on COVID reserve. So that's something to look at. Yeah, I'm saying Kurt Samuel is just so involved with the offense. It's weird how he's not priced up to where he should be. But I'll take it. Christian Kirk, 5,700 for Christian Kirk. Buffalo's is hard to attack. Like Buffalo, they only allow 150 receiving yards to the position, not per person, to the position. Only 150 to the position, and 30.3 went away. Christian Kirk could be a viable play, but Buffalo ain't really giving up a lot on pass. But they did give a I think DJ Moore had 17 against the spot. So let me see who else is in play. I'm not sure about Christian Kirk, y'all. Like, it's funny, man. He's been so embarrassed. I think this is probably Josh Norman's last year. To get tossed around like a rag doll like he has been in his like, it's embarrassing. I think he's been embarrassed too much this one season. In one season, he got embarrassed so much in his career. He might just need to hang it up. He's got to hang it up. Yeah, I'm not really sold on Kirk. I like Kirk, but going against Buffalo's defense is kind of hard to say to play him. Not really sold on him. Alrighty, let's keep it moving. It's 10 o'clock over here, y'all. We had 3 hours, 3 hours and 23 minutes. Yeah, man, Derrick Henry treat him like a rag doll. That would make me retire. If someone threw me like that, it's time for me to hang it up. You got all these memes about me now. I got memes about me now. It's time to hang my jersey up now. You treat me like, yeah, it's time to hang it up. All right, let's keep it going. DeAndre Hopkins, he's been up and down, and he's on an uptrend. Let's look at DeAndre Hopkins. This is real interesting about Hopkins. He's on an uptrend. DeAndre Hopkins has been up and down this whole. Let's look at Hopkins real quick. This is real intriguing. I like to see like up and downs type stuff like this. All right, let's look at this real quick. All right, let's look at Hopkins. If I can find it. All right, check out Hopkins. As you can see, every game he's been playing, he's been up, down, up, down. So, as you can see, what's the first game he played? First game he played, was San Francisco. All right, so San Francisco. Let's go to San Francisco. So San Francisco, he had 32 fantasy points. Then he played Washington, 20. Then he bounced back up to the Lions, 26. Then he played the Panthers, 11. Then he bounced back up to the Jets at 28. Then he had 9 against the Cowboys. Then he shot right back up playing the Seahawks, 28. Then he played the Dolphins, which should have been a better play. Had 6. This is definitely another uptrend play against the Bills. Now, it's not ideal. Trust me, it's not an ideal play. But it's really intriguing how every game he played is an up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Hopkins could definitely be in play here and overlooked here. Not in the sense overlooked, but obviously overlooked because of the matchup. But this is definitely something to consider here with Hopkins at 7,700. Definitely a great play. I like him here. He could definitely be a GPP. If he could give you 30 plus or what he's been doing ever since like he bounced right back up, I mean, his price tag is not going to be that. He's not going to give you that. But I like Hopkins here as a cash spot only because of his price. So if you want to fade Allen or not fade Allen, if you want to fade Thomas or Adams, I think Hopkins is another option. But it's real intriguing how every game is up, down, up, down. All right, let's get to the next play, in which we got. I think we're done with this, man. Everybody else is really iffy. Marvin Jones, Detroit, Washington, 5,200 is really iffy. I don't really see upside here as well. Amendola, 3,900 is intriguing, but it's really iffy with Amendola. Not really sure. 3,900. If you get a touchdown, he had 10 targets against the Minnesota, but that's Minnesota. Minnesota gives up a lot to receivers, so I don't want to say him because of Washington, but Minnesota gives up a lot to receivers anyway. But I think I'm done. Tampa going against Carolina. Carolina is allowing 153 receiving yards, 27.8 at home, so that's something to look at. I mean, Carolina looks like a better squad at home against the pass attack. They got a lot to deal with. I mean, you got Chris Godwin and Tony Brown, all types of players, man. But I don't really see upside in none of the players. Tyler Lockett is probably a sit for me against the Rams. I mean, he's 6,500. He's probably cash. I mean, play the Rams. They allowed only 122 receiving yards, 27.4 fantasy points allowed at home. But at home last year, he only had 8. Last year, he only had four receptions. Last year, no touchdowns. 2018, he bounced back. He had 20. He had 20 with 5 receptions with a touchdown. So if he get a touchdown, he could pay up his price tag because he's going to get the value. But it's a hard play at home against the Rams. Metcalf, $7,600. I don't really feel like. I mean, he had 43 against the Niners. 15 targets against the Niners is crazy. I just hate looking at my team, man. But I don't really see as much value. $7,600 for Metcalf is probably gonna be a bust play. He had 12 and 14 in the last 2 games against the Rams last season. So he had the same amount of value, but I mean, 7,600. His price tag is too much for his price tag. So those are plays. David Moore for Seattle. He had 9, 14, 17 in the last 3 games. He's only $3,400. $3,400 for David Moore. Do I have to go that route? I don't know. $3,400 for a guy, but he's been impressive in the last 3 games. I mean, for his price tag wise, but where's Moore at? Can't find him. David Moore. Yeah, $3,400. 17, 14, and 9. It's kind of hard, yeah. It's really kind of hard to play these guys, especially with the price tag. But David Moore at 3,400 is real intriguing. I mean, but trying to see who they play. They play. David Moore is real intriguing, y'all. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Like, he had 9 against Arizona. He had 14 against the Niners, 17 against Buffalo. He got a touchdown in the last 2 games. And it seemed like they're both. Yeah, he had a receiving touchdown in the red zone. David Moore is intriguing at 3,400. Just for the output at $3,400. Position play. Moore. I'll put David Moore. Moore's. All right, let's keep it going. I think I'm pretty much done, y'all. I'm just right now I'm just going through the list of people that is getting a lot of value in the price. Yeah, I think I'm done. I'm done with receivers. Let's go to the tight ends, and we should be done with this, so we can get into the lineup construction on both platforms. Appreciate everybody to stay tuned to the stream. Please share. Do what you need to do. Appreciate y'all. All right, let's get into tight ends. Probably people like, damn, thank God, man. But hey, this is what I do, man. I'm sorry it might take a long time, but hey, if you want to cash, I have to look at everything. If I want to cash, I gotta look at everything. It's the way it is. I'm not telling people to stay on the chat. I'm not trying to tell people to stay on the chat. It's good to stay on chat. But for me to work with this, I have to look at everything. So I hope y'all respect that, you know. I haven't got no negative feedback on that, but hope y'all respect that, man. I'm trying to give y'all everybody that I feel like is a value play. All right, Eric Ebron is my guy. Like we just talked about it with, what's his name? Cartoon and Cereal, man. Shout out to Cartoon and Cereal. He had Eric Ebron. I like him a lot here. Before I go here, let me go to Evan Ingram. I like him here. He's been doing well against his division. One thing I like about Evan, I mean, he hasn't been doing well at home. I mean, went away. At home. At home. He's averaging 7.1 targets a game, 8 targets in the last 4 games, 4.5 receptions in the last 4 games. But he's only been getting 6.3 receptions. I mean, 6.3 fantasy points in the last. No, 6.3 fantasy points so far for the season at home. So the only games he played at home, I mean, I'm not going to lie. He played Pittsburgh at home. He had 3. Played Niners at home. He had 5. But those are tough games. So I can't go by that narrative. Those are tough games. They don't really give up a lot to the position anyway. But then he played Philly, at Philly, That was week 7. He had 11. If he had a touchdown, he would have balled out. I mean, for $4,500, Evan Ingram was definitely in play here. Knowing that Philly, they allow a crazy amount. They allow 22 fantasy points to the position. Went away. They allowed 6.1 receptions, 59.5 yards a game, 22.2 fantasy points allowed. Went away. Thanks, Infamous. That's what it's about. It's all about research. This whole stream is me actually diving. This is actually my first time. This is literally I only had time today to do this. Like, I haven't looked at NFL all week. I was doing I did golf. I was doing League of Legends. Got back in League of Legends again. So this is the only day I had time to actually look at everything. He said, yeah, you need to catch the ball in the clutch. Yeah, this Giants fan. You're a Giants fan. But I think he'll do good, man. I think it's a great play for him. Like, he's getting the touches. In the last 3 games, against Philly, 9 targets. Against the Bucks, 10 targets. Against Washington, 10 targets. Like, he's getting there again. Like, he could definitely be he's an amazing spot this week. He's going to be cashed because of the fact of his he's not even he's cash, but he's still man. Kokrak messed me up, bro. Too. Kokrak, man, I thought he was good. I thought it was a great play, but everyone else, man, actually, everyone else that I picked balled out, man. But I had Kokrak as a little one-off for like 7K range. I had Cameron Smith was my guy, man. He was my value pick. But, man, he messed me up, man. Kokrak messed my line. Out of everybody on my line, I did not think Kokrak was going to mess me up. I ain't going to lie to you. Cause who were my guys I picked? I picked John Rahm. John Rahm was 74 points. I had Shoffley. Shoffley had 67. I had Rose was 54. Phil Mickelson, he ended up doing bad, but he had 46. At least he got past the hump. Cameron Smith was my value play. He gave me 99. But Kokrak, man, good God. He messed me up, bro. But that's the way it is with golf, man. I can't. It is what it is. But 6-way tie for first. Yeah, NBA starting next month. I don't want to. I feel like it's like homework. Like that's my homework's gonna start up, man. I really feel like it's gonna be homework, yo. But yeah, Evan Ingram is definitely in play. Even though I know he's cash, he's definitely got upside here to where GPPs he could be in the GPP line. Even though I know he's cash, I think he still is valuable here to ball out. If he got a touchdown, he's definitely in play. Like 4.6? He's 4.5. So 4.5 times 4. 4.5 times 4, 18 fantasy points. He could easily give you 18. Oh my gosh. 7,200,000. Who you end up with? B Legendary, what's up, G? Nah, I don't have Kirk, man. I don't have Kirk. I see Kirk as he is cash, don't get me wrong, but we went through so many guys. If you just got on the stream, I went through so many guys to where Kirk going against Buffalo is going to be hard to play. It's definitely be hard for me to play. Infamous, what was your amount that you finished with? That's crazy. First place, 72,000. I've been crazy. I would have been, man. I would have been glued to the. I would have canceled if I had to work. I would have canceled work to see what my score would have been. I would have called a job like I'm sick. I need to stay here. I would have been messed up. My whole day would have been messed up, man. Hope you still cash, but I know you probably saw everything trickling down. Every hour that doing was probably trickling down. So Ingram is GPP. I still like, even though he's gonna be a cash, he's gonna be a chalky GPP play. I'll say that. Wow, bro, that's crazy. It's all good, be legendary. Hey man, good luck to you, Infamous. Hey babe, come here. Mare. Miriam. I would have been saying stop the count. Hey Mare. Come here. I have to put the screen on. So she needs to use laptop?
Yeah.
So this whole side is not working.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe water got on. But it's not working. So I had to hook this up. Look, I had to hook this up and it works. So I'm using this. To work this. So it's all hooked up. So if she wants to use it, I have to keep this plugged in. So she still can use the mouse or whatever.
Okay, that's fine.
But I just gotta hook it up that way.
Okay.
Just give me like 10 more minutes.
Okay.
You okay?
Mm-hmm.
I made this screen. It's pretty cool.
Just bring it up when you're done.
Alright. Alright, y'all. Let's get right back into it. Plenty of play left. Answer Justin Thomas, Rom, Cam, Reed, Munoz. He's definitely with clutch. Justin Thomas has been killing it in the Masters. Hey man, good luck to you, bro. Give you some good juju. Good juju for Infamous. I gotta get off in a little bit, y'all. So I gotta make this fast. My wife, they're doing their test for school, so I gotta make sure she gotta use the laptop. So, all right, let's get back into it. Let's get it knocked out. Like I said, Ingram, good spot here. Another guy you could also look into. What do y'all think about Dan Arnold? Now, I'm not really sure about Dan Arnold. TJ Hawkinson, he's limited practice, so Hawkinson is more likely out. We got to double check on him. Let me go to the injury list for him. Detroit, Hawkinson. Questionable. Okay, so we got Hawkinson. He's questionable. To Seattle. You said what? Hollister. Hollister. What am I looking at? What about Dan Arnold? 2,500 Dan Arnold. Now he's been up down race, up down to 2,500. But looking at Buffalo, they allowed the most to the tight ends. Well, they're 30th against tight ends. They allowed 21.4 fantasy points to the tight end spot. He's only been getting 2.7 targets, 2 receptions a game. No red zone. Buffalo's allowing 67.6 average in yards, 6.1 receptions allowed, 21.4 fantasy points allowed. Win away. Dan Arnold is the expected tight end starter, but is Daryl Daniels, is he more of a play? He had a touchdown, 1 for 1. That's whatever. Dan Arnold. He's not getting really that much snaps. A Hollister's 25. Hold on, let me look at Dan Arnold. Let me see. He could be real asleep, but I didn't figure out how much his snap count is. Dan Arnold, he's only getting 45% snaps, 6% touches. And then Daniels is getting how many snaps? 50% snaps. I saw Daryl Daniels could be a GPP play only because of the fact of what he does need to look at his tight ends more. And I feel like this is where it could be a play where Dan Arnold could be in play, but looking at Daryl Daniels, he had a touchdown. He had 21-yard touchdown last game against Dolphins, but he didn't really get. He had 50% snaps. Dan Arnold got 40-some snaps, but he doesn't use his tight ends at all. And this is a viable play against the Bills here. He just don't use his tight ends. That's what sucks about it. He doesn't use his tight ends at all. Dan Arnold is there more for blocking. Okay. So do we think that we might be more so going to Daniels? What do y'all think about Daniels? I think Daniels could be a viable play. In the sense of what we're doing here with GGP and cash, I'll go ahead and say Daniels could be a GPP play. Only in the sense of his price tag. Let's keep it going. Looking at Austin Hooper. What do you think about Austin Hooper? Austin Hooper for Austin Hooper going against Houston. Knowing that Houston gives up a lot against tight ends. They give up 21 fantasy points allowed win away to tight ends. 5.5 receptions allowed, 59.6 yards allowed to the tight end spot. Austin Hooper, he's finally back out of his injury. I think he was injured. No, yeah, he had an appendix issue for 2 games. Definitely in a good spot here, man. He can definitely bounce back here. 3,900 for this guy. He can have a breakout game here. He had 14. Hooper's in a good spot. I mean, even for cash, 3,900 for, I don't know, $3,900 for a guy that could actually he could actually ball out. I don't know. He had 14 against the Cowboys, 10 against the Colts, 10 against the Steelers. Now you're going against an easier squad against Houston. Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it. He did. Hey, let Kyler know, man. Hey, you got help. Kyler, dog, you got help, man. Use your help. So last time he played Houston, he had 14 fantasy points, 3.9 for a guy. What he's 3.9 times 4. 3.9 times 4. That's 15.6. He can give you 15.6. He's definitely in play. I ain't gonna say he's cash. Like he could give you a great game. I'll say GVP. How about this? Let's say Ingram. I think Ingram is cash. Only because of what he doesn't do. What he should. Only because of what he should do. You know what I mean? But he's still a viable play. But it doesn't seem right to put Ingram in the same line as GPP. He should be cash. I think Ingram is more like he just sounds cash. He doesn't sound like a GPP. Yeah, I like Austin Hooper a lot here. Then Njoku. I feel bad for Njoku, man. No love for Njoku, G. Alright, then we got Robert Tonyan. Back at a Tonyan thing again. 3,600 for him. The home splits is really something for Tonyan. I like Tonyan because of his home splits. And like I said, they don't really have much people, but he didn't practice Friday. Okay, so he's not healthy. So we gotta see what's going on with Tonyan. He's questionable. He had a knee injury. He's questionable against Jacksonville. But damn, this is a great play for Tonyan if he plays. Because Tonyan actually plays better at home. He did have a 16. He had 11 against Detroit, 16 against the Saints, 34 against ATL. Now he's playing Jacksonville. Jacksonville allows 20.8 fantasy points at win away. They allow 4.3 receptions, but 61 yards to the tight end spot. They're 27th against the tight end spot, but they allow more win away. Tonyan is a great play if he plays. So, I like Tonyan here as well. We got some good tight ends, man. We got some good tight end spots this week. And then on top of that, the injury game with him. Green Bay. Tonyan, questionable. Alright, so he's questionable here. I like Tonyan a lot, though. We talked about. So, of course, if Tonyan is not playing, then, of course, you got Mercedes Lewis. That all people went off last week. Well, he only had 7 fantasy points last week, so it's nothing. But, of course, he'll be in play if he sits. Then we got Eric Ebron. Of course, that's cash play for me. Going against the Bengals, they're 19.3 fantasy points allowed, win away, 68 yards allowed, 5.8 receptions allowed to the tight ends, 31st place against tight ends. Great spot for Ebron here for 4,400. Definitely a cash play for him. I'm gonna go Ebron, Hooper, definitely like Hooper, put him in there. All right, so. Alright, let's get that out the way. And run. I just realized what he did, infamous. He said kiss. No, I didn't kiss my wife when she came downstairs. They didn't use the laptop. I ain't want her. She's in her night clothes, so she's in her night clothes. I was like, let me put this on be right back screen. They didn't use the laptop for school, so I'm like, damn, they gotta use my laptop. Alrighty. Who else am I looking at? Jordan Reed? No, I'm not looking at Jordan Reed. Ian Thomas? No. Noah Font? 4,900 is still too cheap. It's too much money for a Noah Font. Not really sold a Noah Font for his price tag. But are they injured? Is most of the running backs? I'm tripping. No. Noah Font is iffy. Not really sure about it. Not really sure about him. Gronkowski, he's always going to be a viable play. $4,700 for him, but I'm not really sold on Gronkowski. I don't really think I have to go so much in this. I think that's it. I'm really done on tight ends. There's only tight ends I really like here. I'm not going to try to find more tight ends just because these are the guys I'm really liking here. So I'm done with that. Let's go to our defense. Of course, you got Steelers against the Bengals. Defense. Hashtag defense. All right. Steelers, Steelers are averaging 4 sacks a game, 1.4 interceptions a game. They are averaging 11.5 win away. That's impressive. And then on top of that, we talked about their what we talked about? We talked about the Bengals receivers. I didn't mention one receiver that really stood out on the Bengals. I think the only person I really thought that stood out was probably T. Higgins. It wasn't T. Higgins. He's on the Browns. The other Higgins guy. But anyways, Steelers, great team to look at overall. I think it's gonna give Burrow a hard time here. Let me go here. Let's go to here. Let's go to the defenses. Points. Look at that. Look at all this green. Look at all this green. So total fantasy points total. So we got Steelers. They're number 1 in sacks, number 1 in interceptions, number 3 in fantasy points total. And we got Saints. Let's see the Saints do. Saints. Hey man, I hope you ain't trolling me on that one, man. Just because they playing my Niners doesn't mean we ain't gonna score. Don't do that to my Niners, man. That's disrespect. That's disrespect. I just want to win, man. I'm tired of losing, man. Our team is like a freaking Pop Warner team, man. I just want to win. All right, let's look at that. Let's look at the Dolphins. What do you think about the Dolphins against the Chargers? Now, I think it's still gonna be I don't know about the Dolphins. It's gonna be a hard game. I mean, we talked about a few people on the Chargers that should go off. So the offense has been impressive. They actually been playing better at home. Went away. No, at home. They're averaging 10.8 fantasy points at home, 0.8 fumbles, 0.9 interceptions a game, 2.5 sacks. But I still feel like it's going to be. I mean, $2,800 for the Dolphins here. It's either at home against the banged up Niners, man. Leave my Niners alone, y'all. I'm gonna skip y'all on that. I ain't gonna talk to the Niners, man. That's biased. That's me being biased, man. Oh. Y'all see that, man. Y'all see my team. I think I got a Kaepernick right there. Kaepernick. There you go, Kaepernick right there. But I got all autographed. They're all autographed, so. cost me a big penny, but the next guy I'm trying to put on my wall is Deion Sanders, but that shit is about $200, $250 to get it signed and all that shit. So that's the next person on my wall is Deion Sanders, and maybe maybe Patrick Willis. Patrick Willis is a beast. So I'll probably have Patrick Willis, but I gotta get my Deion Sanders. Okay. I don't even want to look at my Saints. I don't even want to look at the Saints, but I guess I gotta talk about the Saints. Man, I don't want to look at the Saints. I'm not even gonna talk about the Saints. How about that? I mean, y'all could talk about the Saints. I ain't talking about the Saints. Trying not to get to the playoffs in the NFC at least. So we got Dolphins. Yeah, you're a Cowboys fan. Boy, that's brutal. Woo. I feel y'all pain too, man. Good. At least I'm not on the. And you know what, Infamous, y'all all on the same train. You got Cowboys, Giants. Man, we're on the same train. We could cry together. How about we all could cry together? You know what I'm saying? Let's cry together. But looking at the Dolphins against the Chargers, it's intriguing, but I'm not sure. I mean, I still feel like Chargers could do work in the passing game to where it's going to hurt their numbers. Now, Rams against Seattle. Rams is only $2,200. Like, Rams look intriguing too. Rams, we didn't even pick nobody from Seattle. I don't really think Seattle has. I mean, I think they have a chance here, especially at home. Rams is averaging 3.1 sacks, 0.5 fumbles. They only allowing 17.5 points allowed, 10 fantasy points allowed. No, they're averaging 10 fantasy points at home. $2,200 for Rams is intriguing. They actually played well against the Rams. Last time they played Rams at home, last year they had 14 fantasy points, 5 sacks, 1 interception. So that's not bad at all. Yeah, you're a Giants fan, G. We got to cry together, G. I like Rams. I think Rams is a nice little GPP play at $2,200. I like Rams. Rams is a good GPP play. They're real cheap at home. They play well at home. They're gonna have a hard time. They're gonna give Wilson a hard time. All right, and then we could go like Rams, Browns. We talked about the Browns being good at home. I mean, Browns could be a viable play here at home. So last time they played Houston they ain't played Houston at home since 2014. Browns could be in play. Like I said, they play way better at home. And plus, we got the weather issue. You know what I mean? We got the weather issue. There's more running game. More of a running game here. Jones does not care. He's going to make billions. Oh, you already know. Exactly like Eagles fan, James Johnson will be coaching. That's facts. It's sad about these guys, man. Jimmy Jones ain't going. He you know, Jerry Jones don't give a damn. He's gonna be there, so it doesn't matter. You know. I like the Browns. I mean, it's $2,900 for the Browns. Knowing that's gonna be a sloppy game, and then on top of that, we didn't really choose nobody from Houston as a play. You know, I didn't really like anybody from Houston as a play. I think Browns could be a viable play as well for their price tag. Position plays. Whoops. Window capture. Where am I at? What am I looking at? Okay. Rams, Browns. Browns in play. I like Dolphins. I think Dolphins is a good play, but I just think Chargers is still. They could make it. I think they're gonna make the game close to where there's really no room. There's no room to make upside. Maybe Giants could be a play. See the Eagles. $3,600 for Eagles. Don't really see it. Packers against Jacksonville. I think Jacksonville can still score. Don't get me wrong. $3,700 for Jacksonville. I mean for Packers. It's cash. Cardinals against Buffalo. Nah. Chargers. Nah. Giants. Nah. I don't know. Giants. Let's see. Giants played good against Washington. Giants had 14 against Washington. Against Washington week 6, they had 13 against Washington week 9. Now they're playing Philly. Philly, they had 5 fantasy points against Philly last go around. I was trying to see if they actually have anything against their division, but they seem like they give up a lot to the Eagles. Saints. Oh, damn it. I don't want to talk about the Saints, man. If y'all want to play Saints, I'm going to put them in there. How about that? Put them as cash. I don't want to talk about the Saints. I'm going to skip it. I'm not even going to talk about it. Then we got Bills against Arizona. I don't know. Arizona could. It's going to be iffy trying to play the Bills. But last time they played the Bills was 2016. They had 22 fantasy points against them. That's funny. And then we could go to. I'm trying to see who else is playing. Bucks. The Bucks are. I think the Eagles are 8th. Rams, actually pretty good. I like the Rams. Patriots for Washington. They're 4th again in sacks. 8th in interceptions. Pittsburgh like the way to go. They're 1st in sacks, 1st in interceptions. Giants could be a play against Philly. I'll say Giants as a GPP play. Giants. I didn't really see anything standing out for Philly other than Ward and Miles Sanders maybe, but they're cheap enough to where they could make a run. You know, they have a good game here. I think that's it. Browns, Giants, Eagles, 3,600 Eagles. Eagles is cash. I don't really see them really doing much though. It's gonna be a good game, but I like GPP for Giants, yeah. And that's it, y'all. What y'all think about the plays? Let me know in the chat, and then we'll get into the lineup construction. I'm only gonna do one line per platform, only because I don't have that much time left. So I'm gonna do one line for Draftkings and then one line for FanDuel. Let me know what you think about the top plays. Of course, this is just only an example of a line I like. I'm not gonna say this is a line I'm gonna play and keep playing. I'm gonna play multiple lines, but all my lines I'm gonna play will be with these plays here. All right. So I'm not gonna just play somebody and someone out of this list. I'm just gonna give you a custom lineup for the video purposes. And then, but as you can see, these top plays is what I'm gonna use for my multiple lineups. All right. So let's get into this. Let's get into it. Definitely let me know what y'all like about the bid. Let me know what you think about the plays. All right, let's go. Yeah, I think Giants is definitely a GPP line. GPP type of play. I do think that. You know, they did well. You know, they played Philly, but they had 5 against Philly last go around. But this could be a good play for Giants. All right, let's look into it. Let's get into a nice little lineup for Draftkings, and then we're gonna do one for FanDuel. Definitely like the vid. Please share the vid. All right, let's get into it. Oh. Okay, so we're gonna go with quarterback. I was looking at probably be Jared Goff. I do like Antonio Gibson at 56. I like JD McKissick as well. I love both of those guys actually. But I'm gonna go Melvin Gordon again, just because I like the narrative of him playing against the Raiders. He always averaged around 20 plus fantasy points with the Raiders versus the Raiders. Definitely think it's gonna be a bounce back play for him. Hopefully he can get around what he did against the Jets last go around. Then we got Antonio Gibson. I like him a lot here. So I'm going to go with Antonio Gibson, 5,600 against Detroit. All right. These guys, multiple guys we talked about, especially in the 7K range. These guys here are all viable plays. One thing that stand up to me was Allen at 7,100, especially against Miami. He's been crushing it, 28, 21, 25 in the last 3. Don't see nothing stopping him here again. If you want to go to, Stephon Diggs at 75, you can. But I definitely see a lot of value with Keenan Allen. Then we talked about Robert Woods. Love Robert Woods here to match up with Goff. Another play I like as well. If I was go all the way down, I do like Josh Reynolds to also pair him up with. And then tight end. We talk about Ingram and Brown. Both are great plays. Definitely think Austin Hooper will be a nice little, like my man Infamous said, dark horse. Love that play for him. I do love Duke Johnson. I do want to go Steelers. I think Steelers have a fun day against Cincinnati. If I was to go up, I'd probably pivot from Duke, go with Aaron Jones. Something I like here. It's only 100 remaining, but to me, it's real effective. You got Jared Goff, Gordon, Gibson, Allen, Woods, Reynolds, Hooper, Jones. Steelers is, to me, a great line. I might pivot from Jones. Pivot from Gordon. You go Duke Johnson if you want. I can save that line. That's the thing. That's the thing I like. Man, I could just save it, keep it moving. JD McKissick. I can say that. I love that. Those two guys combo. I don't know. It's like it sucks. I don't want to just give you one line. I want to give you multiple lines. If I want to play with Drew Lock could be a potential play here. And then you want to plug them in with Melvin Gordon, Drew Lock, boom, boom. If I want to pivot from Aaron Jones, maybe go to Derek Judy if he's playing. Judy. If he's playing, I put him in there. Switch from Austin Hooper. I do love Ebron, Steelers. I'm just real safe with Steelers. I mean, I really don't like doing GPPs with defense. I like to play safe with defense, but if I was to go elsewhere, I probably go Giants or Rams. I mean, knowing that Rams is, they 2,200, real cheap. To where you could pay up elsewhere. You could go. You don't have to pay Josh Reynolds. You could go up to like Robert Woods. Still a good play. Aaron Jones still a viable play here. You can still switch him out. You want to put like Michael Thomas. Something to look at. 7,400. Aaron Jones is still a great play. Or you want to swap Claypool. We got so many options, y'all. We got Cooks. No, I ain't even talk about Cooks. No Cooks. All right, no Cooks. John Brown, we mentioned him. We're gonna do GPP. Like John Brown, Duke Johnson, Parker, Tim Patrick. If Judy's out, Tim Patrick could be a play. But it's one of those situations where you don't have to pay up that much money on your lines. Like I always state, you don't have to put all your money into one line. You can put Ingram in there if you want. Have 2 tight ends. You feel like he could go off with 20. Robert Woods. I love Robert Woods. We mentioned Hopkins. If you have a bounce back game, he could go off. Let's see what else. Got Landry. He could bounce back. If you want to go with Landry, he could do well in this play. If you get a touchdown, man, he could ball out. Landry's in a good spot here. You want to pivot. But yeah, those are the guys I like here. You got Diggs. Still can put Diggs in there. Diggs is always going to be a good play. But if I was to actually do one, if I would do like Drew Lock. Do like Drew Lock. If I do that, boom, 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 Gibson, Allen. You still put Michael Thomas in there, man. You could do a lot. Robert Woods in there, Diggs, Ebron. You could switch out and put in Claypool if you want to. Landry, Rams. You could do that. You could do without Landry. You could. It was T. Higgins. It was T. Higgins for Bengals. We talk about Mike Williams. We talk about John Brown. We want to talk about the narrative with John Brown. That could be a nice little GPP line. I could swap out him and put Duke Johnson with the whole narrative with the win situation. So I can make different changes. I make multiple lines, but as you can see, I'm making lines with the people that I like, that we talked about. You know what I mean? So I can be a line here for Draftkings. Let's go to FanDuel. Before we go, like I said, I appreciate everyone staying tuned with me, man. Of course, you want to go, let's say, got Jared Goff again. Boom. Like James Robinson. I think James Robinson could be overlooked here. Still like Melvin Gordon a lot. Duke Johnson a lot. Gallman. Gallman could be a nice play here. Duke Johnson. Let me see who else is in here for the price tags. Alright, so price tag wise, let's say if I want to put McKissick in the pass attack with Gibson, or if I want to swap out and put Jamal Williams in the pass attack, I could do that. That's one thing you got to attack. That's one thing you could attack Jacksonville, is the attack with a pass catching running back. So you want to have like McKissick or Aaron Jones. I mean, 8,800 for Aaron Jones is a lot. I mean, I don't think I might go that route on FanDuel. McKissick is still a viable play here. We got 12, 5.3. So we need times 2 times 3 is 15. So I get somebody give me 15 plus. I think Antonio Gibson is definitely in play. I mean, he had 11, 18. I like this play for him. 6 times 2, 18. 6 times 3, 18. 6 times 2, 12. Can you give me 18? One person can give me 18. Who could give me 18 with this price tag? Melvin Gordon 66, 6 times. You can't give me 20 plus? Duke Johnson 5.8. But the thing though is I like McKissick. 5.3 is still too cheap. He could give me 15. I could see him give me 15. He could give me 15. And then if I go Gibson, I like Gibson. Melvin Gordon 66. If he give me 20 plus, like we mentioned, he could 6.6. He could give me 20 plus. If he give me 20 plus, but I can see him having a great game. We're talking about Nick Chubb. Got Melvin Gordon. Alright, and then receivers. We're talking about 7, 8 from Allen. If you give me 7 times 3, 7 times 8, so he has to give me around 20, 21, 22. Can he give me 22? I think he can give me 22. I mean, he had 20, so he got to. Can he give me 22? Robert Woods 7.2. He could give me 20 some. John Brown 5.6. You need to give me at least 15. He'll probably give me 15. Who else can we look at? Chase Landry at 6K. Can he give me 18? He just need a touchdown, man. I think he's a sleeper. He could give me 18. He could be a sleeper play, y'all. He just need to give me 6. Mike Williams and Samuel 5.7. 5. Randall Cobb can give me some. Go like Greg Ward 5.1. We got Jakeem Grant 4.6. He just needs what? 12? He should give you 12. But was Reynolds is 5K on draft FanDuel, so he just needs 15. Can you give me 15? Can you give me 10? T. Higgins, Landry. I think Landry's a sleeper. I think he could do good. Ebron Hooper. He just needs 10 to 15. Hooper could give you 10 to 15. Who else did we talk about? Not much down here. So can you give me 15? We got Ingram. He just needs 15. About 10. Well, he needs about 15, 13 to 15. Ebron 5.4. I think he could give me 15. Or he could give you about 12, 15. Diggs 7, 8. Not really. Keenan Allen 7, 8. Eagles. Steelers. Something like here. Jared Goff 7.4. If I want to go elsewhere, I mean I could go elsewhere, but if you want to go up, you can. You want to. You want to go Aaron Rodgers 8.4? I don't know. I don't know if I want to go out that route, but Jared Goff could give me that amount. He should ball out. He should bounce back and ball out. Let's see. If I would switch out, I mean, I could put Aaron Jones there. Still put Aaron Jones there, 8.8. You know, put Aaron Jones in there. We still got James Robinson. If you want to put him there, I like him there. 7.3. He needs a what? 7.3, 7.2, 7.3. That's 20. He at least 20. He had 29 against Chargers. You know, a couple weeks ago. I mean, he has the potential to go off. something like that. Grant with his 4.6. You don't have to go that low if you want to, but those are the type of plays I like here. Of course, we got John Brown, 5.6. You want to put him there. 5.6. Randall Cobb. We mentioned Randall Cobb at 5.1. That could be a potential play for his price. 5.1. He just needs at least 12 to 15. Nice little GPP play for him. Like I said, every guy that I mentioned in here was on the list that we mentioned on the video. So we got Greg Ward 5.1. It could be a potential play. So something you consider here. Those are plays I like, y'all. But of course, I'm just making these are plays I actually have. So like I said, on Draft Dashboard Tools, if I go with my saved lineups, all the lines I saved is right here. So you see all the lines I made. You could select all. You can export it. Click on export, and it makes a file. You see what I'm saying? It makes a file for you, and then you could transfer it over to your platform, Excel. They'll transfer it over to Draftkings or FanDuel. So to see how simple it is. But yo, this is Mellow Man. Appreciate it.